There's a particular kind of unease that settles in when a house remembers its past, when the spaces around you seem to hold on to something just beyond your understanding. Tonight, we're exploring that feeling together. 5 stories about the lingering presence of those who came before, and the strange ways a home can speak to us when we're not quite awake. I'm Mr. Dantello, and I'm glad you're here. Tonight's theme centers on ghosts and haunted places. Those stories where the boundary between past and present blurs in the most unsettling ways. The kind of hauntings that don't announce themselves loudly, but whisper through the everyday. Our first story is called The Attic Staircase, where someone descends every night in my footsteps. A tale about a sound that follows a familiar rhythm, night after night. Then we move to I Keep Finding My Handwriting on Lease Agreements Not Yet Signed. A story about words that appear where they shouldn't, signed by a hand that isn't quite yours. Third, we have The Basement, where previous owners' belongings reorganize when I sleep. A place where objects shift and settle in ways that defy explanation. Next is The Bedroom Wall that shows the outline of furniture from lives before mine. A room that seems to remember the shapes of other lives lived within it. And finally, I keep finding my name in the guest registry of the abandoned inn. A mystery about a signature that shouldn't exist in a place long forgotten. If you found your way here before, you know what we do. If this is new to you, I hope you'll consider subscribing. There's a full library of stories waiting. But for now, settle in somewhere comfortable. Dim the lights if you'd like, and let yourself relax into this space. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1, The Attic Staircase, where someone descends every night in my footsteps. Why do I still live here? That's the question I ask myself most nights, usually around 2 in the morning when I'm lying awake and listening to the house settle into its particular kind of silence. The farmhouse has its own language, the way the old beams crack and shift as the temperature drops, the way the plumbing sighs through the walls like something breathing. I've learned to recognize most of it, but there are sounds I haven't learned yet. I bought the place 6 months ago. Not my first choice, if I'm being honest. I'd inherited it from my grandmother, along with the debt and the weight of a century and a half of family history pressed into every crooked floorboard. The deed had my name on it. The property taxes had my name on them. The realtor made sympathetic noises about how charming it was, how full of character, which is what you say when a house is old enough that the character has started to become indistinguishable from decay. The first month, I thought I'd sell it. The second month, I stopped answering the realtor's emails. By month 6, I'd stopped asking the question about why I was still here, or at least I'd stopped asking it out loud. The house is a Victorian farmhouse, 1887, according to a date carved into the cornerstone, though the original structure beneath it might be older. 3 stories, weathered pale green siding, a wraparound porch with a few boards that weren't quite firm beneath your feet. The kind of house that seems smaller on the outside than it is on the inside, as if the rooms have been stretched and pressed into uncomfortable shapes. The kitchen is cramped. The hallways are narrow enough that you have to angle your shoulders through the door frames if you carry anything bulky. But the main parlor on the first floor is somehow enormous, with ceilings that reach up into shadows. And the bedrooms are generous and light-filled if you can ignore the way the windows rattle in the frames. I live mostly on the second floor. My bedroom is at the end of the east hallway, and I've made it comfortable. New mattress, good lamps, bookshelves along one wall. The second floor landing is where the attic stairs are, the pull-down kind. Metal frame, narrow treads, painted gray a long time ago. A small brass hook on the ceiling to pull it down, and a piece of rope dangling below that frayed at the end. The attic itself is almost never opened. I've only been up there twice since taking ownership. Once to look for Christmas decorations that never materialized, and once just to see what was there. Boxes mostly, furniture wrapped in drop cloths, a smell of old wood and settled dust, and something else I couldn't quite name. Something older than just dust. The door, the access panel in the ceiling, is narrow and snug. It latches when you push it up closed, and there's a simple lock mechanism on the hook below, a metal slide that can hold it. I keep it locked. I'm not sure why. There's nothing valuable up there. But something about the attic makes me want barriers between it and where I sleep. The first time I heard the footsteps, it was the second week of August, 2 a.m. I'd been asleep for a few hours, deep enough that the sound took a moment to reach me. A creaking, deliberate, measured footsteps on the stairs. The attic stairs, moving down from the darkness above. Slow, not hurried. The kind of careful descent you'd make in a place you knew well, where you didn't need to rush because you knew exactly where every board would yield beneath your weight. I remember lying there in the dark, trying to place the sound more precisely. The stairs are maybe 15 feet from my bedroom door, not close, but close enough that I could hear the particular timbre of each footfall, the slight creak of wood and metal as weight transferred from step to step. I remember being confused first, then uncomfortable, then trying to think of rational explanations. Mice didn't walk that slowly or that deliberately. Rats made different sounds anyway. Animals didn't use stairs. The house settling would have sounded different, more of a sudden crack or groan, not this measured rhythm of descent. And it wasn't coming from above the ceiling. It was the stairs themselves. I was sure of it. The footsteps reached what I estimated as the bottom of the stairs, and then there was silence. Not the regular silence of a house at night. This was the kind of silence that feels deliberate. Expectant, I lay there in bed, sheets twisted around my legs, listening to my own heartbeat and waiting for something else to happen. Another noise. A sound of the landing door opening. Nothing came. After maybe 3 minutes of that silence, I got up and checked the hallway. I told myself it was practical. I told myself I was being responsible, checking that the doors were locked, that everything was as it should be. In reality, I think I was hoping to find something concrete. A reasonable explanation. An open window. an animal in the hallway, anything that would make the footsteps into something I could understand. But the second-floor landing was empty. The attic access panel was closed. The metal hook was in place, the rope dangling. The lock was fastened. I checked the bedroom again, windows still locked from the inside, doors still locked, and got back into bed. By the time my heart had stopped racing, it was nearly 3 a.m. I didn't sleep well for the rest of the night. Every creak became significant. Every minor shift in the house's settling became something I had to think about. But there were no more footsteps. In the morning, I felt foolish. The kind of foolish that comes with the lingering exhaustion of interrupted sleep, where rational thought is still a little difficult, and everything from the night before has taken on an exaggerated quality in your memory. Probably pipes, I thought. Probably the house contracting as it cooled. You live in a 130-year-old structure and you get used to that. You get accustomed to the fact that old houses are never truly still. They move. They settle. They're always making sounds. It didn't happen again for 2 weeks. Or if it did, I slept through it. I have no way of knowing. All I know is that in the darkness of those 2 weeks, there were no footsteps that I heard, and I stopped thinking about them. I made a paint schedule for the living room. I researched contractors for the roof. I tried to convince myself that I was going to keep the house, that I wasn't going to let an old building full of creaks and sighs drive me out. I attended to the practical business of living in a space that wanted constant attention and maintenance. I almost believed it. The second time, it was unmistakable. September 15th, a Friday. I was awake, hadn't been able to sleep actually, reading on my phone under the covers like I was 12 years old and afraid my parents would see the light. The display said 2:07, and when the first footstep sounded on the attic stairs. This time, I knew what I was hearing from the very first sound. There was no confusion, no moment of disorientation, just immediate recognition, the attic stairs. Someone descending, that same slow and careful pace. Except no one was up there. The door was locked. I'd checked it before bed, habit by that point, I suppose. The lock was engaged. The rope hung undisturbed. I sat up in bed and did nothing. Just listened. The footsteps continued their descent. 1, 2, 3, 4, I was counting them without meaning to, trying to estimate how many steps existed in the full length of that pull-down staircase. 6 steps, I thought, maybe 7. The rhythm was steady enough that I could almost anticipate when each one would come. The footsteps stopped. I was waiting for them to reach the landing and stop, the way they had before. But this time they seemed to pause mid-descent. There was a stretch of silence, maybe 5 seconds long, and then the footsteps resumed. A few more carefully measured steps, and then they reached the bottom, the landing. The silence that followed was heavier than before. Thicker, I found myself holding my breath without deciding to, and I had to remind myself to let it out slowly. The house settled around me. I could hear my own pulse in my ears, that strange interior sound you only notice when you're already frightened. Then I heard it, a sound from outside my bedroom, from the landing. It was subtle, so subtle that afterward I could convince myself I might have imagined it. A small shift. The sound of weight distributed across a floorboard. The sound of something or someone settling into stillness. Something was standing on the landing. I know how that sounds. I know exactly how foolish it sounds, and I'm telling you anyway, because it's what I experienced. There was no ambiguity about it in that moment. In the darkness of my bedroom, with my heart finally loud enough in my ears to almost drown out everything else, I was absolutely certain that something was on the other side of my door, standing in the hallway. Motionless, I don't know how long that lasted, maybe 30 seconds, maybe longer. Time moves strangely when you're afraid. It stretches and compresses simultaneously. I remember thinking about the lock on my door, a simple push-button lock on the knob, the kind that wouldn't slow down anyone who really wanted to push through. I remember thinking about what I would do if the door opened. I remember thinking that if I screamed, no one would hear me. There was no one else in the house. There was no one else within miles. Then there was a sound like fabric shifting, like someone moving their weight, and the presence on the landing was gone. I didn't see it move. I didn't hear footsteps going back. Just the sudden absence of that impression of being observed. The atmosphere on the landing changed, and I knew I was alone again. I got up and locked my bedroom door, something I'd never done before, and turned on every light I could reach without opening the door or moving too far from the bed. I spent the rest of the night sitting up against the headboard, reading the same page of the book on my phone over and over, trying not to think too carefully about what I'd experienced. In the morning, I tried to dismantle it into components that made sense. Footsteps on stairs. That could be contracting wood. Old houses were loud. Pipes, wind through gaps in the walls. There were rational explanations for every sound a house could make. But footsteps didn't just stop mid-descent. Wind didn't create the impression of a presence on the landing. I checked the attic lock again. It was fastened. I pulled the rope and lowered the stairs anyway, shining my phone light up into the attic access. Empty, the pull-down stairs were metal and plastic, nothing hidden in their folds. The attic floor beyond was clear of anything that could have made the noise. I climbed up a few steps and looked around as much as I could see from that angle. Boxes, furniture under sheets. Dust thick enough to see the disturbance of footprints from my previous visits. No new footprints, no sign of anything moving around up there. But the dust had shifted somehow. Or that's what I told myself. Something about the way it lay didn't match my memory of how it had looked before, but I couldn't point to a specific difference. I folded the stairs back up and locked the access panel again. That afternoon I called a contractor, not to fix anything specific, just to check the house, to walk it with a professional eye and tell me that I wasn't living in a place that was actively dangerous or haunted, or any of the words I was too afraid to actually use, to give me a rational framework for understanding the sounds I was hearing. He came on a Tuesday. His name was Blake. He was thorough and professional and found nothing wrong with the attic stairs. The mechanism worked fine. The structure was sound. The attachment points were secure. He asked me about pest control. Had I noticed droppings, nests, the usual signs of an animal infestation? I said no. He nodded like he'd expected that answer and moved on. He checked the windows, checked the doors, looked for signs of settling that might be causing stress on the frame. Everything was normal, he said. Normal for an old house. The sounds I was hearing were what you'd expect. Expansion and contraction. Wind, the building finding its equilibrium at different temperatures. I paid him. I thanked him. I didn't mention the footsteps or the sense of presence or any of the things that were actually making me afraid. He left, and I was alone again with the house and its sounds. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay awake deliberately, waiting. At 2:03 a.m., the footsteps came again. This time, I was ready. Or as ready as you can be to listen to something impossible happening in your own home. The footsteps descended in that same careful rhythm, one foot in front of the other, a measured pace, the weight distributed evenly. And as I lay there listening, I became aware of something that made my skin go cold in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. The footsteps matched my own stride. I wasn't thinking about this consciously at first. It was something I felt more than understood. But as I focused on the rhythm of the sounds coming from the stairwell, I realized that if I were to walk, this is how I would walk. The pauses between steps, the weight distribution, the length of the stride. Someone was walking in my footsteps. Someone was coming down the attic stairs in the exact rhythm of my gait. I stopped sleeping after that night. Not insomnia exactly, something more deliberate than that. I would lie in bed and wait for 2:03 like a countdown I couldn't stop watching. And every single night, without fail, the footsteps came. They became routine, predictable, and in a way that made me question my sanity far more than if they'd been chaotic or violent. They became mine. I began to notice patterns within the pattern. The footsteps always started at the attic door, the one at the top of the landing that I kept locked but which was older than I was and whose mechanism had been failing for months. They descended slowly, methodically, pausing on certain steps for longer than others. Always the same steps. The fifth one from the top made a particular creak, and the footsteps would wait there for nearly 3 seconds before continuing. I timed it. 3 seconds. Every night. 3 seconds. The rhythm was so precisely my own that I began to wonder if I was imagining it. If somehow my mind had become so attuned to my own body's patterns, the unconscious physics of how I moved through space, that I was projecting that onto ambient house noise. Blake's explanation wasn't entirely wrong. Old houses do settle, wind does move through them, but wind doesn't pause for 3 seconds on the 5th step. Wind doesn't match a human gait. By the 3rd week, I started keeping a journal. Not because I thought it would help, but because I needed some external record that this was happening, that I wasn't constructing an elaborate delusion. I would write down the time the footsteps began. Note which steps creaked. Record any variation from the established pattern. There were very few variations. It was on a Thursday night in late October when I first noticed the asymmetry. I was lying awake as always, waiting. The footsteps came at their appointed time. Down from the attic, step by step, that careful descent. But this time, as they reached the bottom of the stairwell, the point where they typically stopped, at the transition to the upstairs hallway, something changed. One of the feet scraped against the wooden floor, not heavily, not violently. A soft, settled scrape, the kind you might make if you were shifting your weight. Testing the solidity of something. And then a pause that lasted longer than the usual 3-second pause on the 5th step. This one felt different, deliberate, like something was considering what came next. I was holding my breath. I hadn't realized it until my lungs started to burn. The scrape came again. Same foot, slightly different angle. Then silence. The kind of silence that fills a room when something is waiting, when the air itself seems to be holding still to listen. Then the footsteps retreated. They went back up the stairs, slowly, the same measured pace, and I heard the attic door open with a soft creak and close again with a click that sounded like a latch settling into place. I didn't write about it in my journal that night. I didn't know how to describe what I had heard without sounding like someone documenting the progression of a breakdown. The next night, the footsteps came again, but this time, when they reached the bottom of the stairs, there was that same scrape, that same deliberation. And then I heard something I had never heard before in any of the previous nights. I heard breathing. It was settled, steady, the kind of breathing you do when you're trying to be quiet, when you're conscious of making sound, in through the nose, out through the mouth. A rhythm separate from the rhythm of the footsteps, but somehow synchronized with it, like two patterns dancing around each other. I sat up in bed. I don't know why. Some animal instinct that sitting made me less vulnerable, more ready. The breathing continued for perhaps 30 seconds. Then it stopped. Then the footsteps went back up the stairs. But this time, they didn't stop at the attic door. I heard them continue past it into the attic itself, where they moved across the floor in a direction I had never heard before. They weren't confined to the path above my bedroom anymore. They were moving toward the far corner, toward the space above the back hallway, above the spare room I had never furnished, above the part of the house I rarely thought about because there was no reason to. The footsteps stopped. There was a sound like something being shifted. Or perhaps something settling under weight. Then silence. I got out of bed and turned on every light in the house. I didn't go up to the attic. I wasn't brave enough for that, and I was honest enough with myself to admit it. Instead, I sat in the kitchen with all the lights on and watched the darkness outside the windows deepen into a pre-dawn gray. When morning came, I called my insurance company and asked about getting the house inspected for structural damage. I said I was concerned about settling in the walls. The woman on the phone said they could send someone out in 6 to 8 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks felt impossible. I called Blake directly and asked if he could come back. He hesitated. I could hear it in the pause before he spoke. And then he agreed, but not until the following week. He was booked through to the next Friday. While I waited, the footsteps continued their evolution. By the second week of November, they had moved beyond the simple descent and ascent. Now they wandered. On some nights, they would walk the hallway at the top of the stairs, back and forth, the pace remaining constant but the direction changing. Back and forth, back and forth. Sometimes for minutes at a time, I would lie in bed and follow the sound with my mind, trying to map out the path, trying to understand the logic of the movement. Other nights, the footsteps would come down to the bottom of the stairs, and then I would hear them move through the house itself, down the main hallway, past the master bedroom, toward the living room. I would hear them stop at certain points and simply stand there, breathing that same careful, conscious breathing. Once, the footsteps stopped directly outside my bedroom door. I heard the weight shift, heard the breathing become slightly heavier, as if the effort of standing had increased. Then the footsteps moved on, continuing down the hall toward the kitchen. It was as if something was learning the geography of my house, learning it through my own body's memories, imprinted somehow in the way I walked. I found myself changing my routines to avoid certain rooms. I stopped using the kitchen in the evening. I would eat quick meals earlier or buy food I could eat in my bedroom. I started keeping my bedroom door locked, something I had never done before. The lock was old and I wasn't sure it actually worked, but the ritual of turning it gave me a small, fragile sense of control. I also stopped sleeping during the night. Instead, I tried to sleep during the day, poorly, fitfully, always with one ear attuned to any sound, and I spent the nights awake, documenting, listening, waiting for the pattern to break. It was on a Wednesday, the day before Blake was scheduled to return, when I noticed the most disturbing change of all. The footsteps had started to mimic not just my stride, but the variations in my stride. I have a slight asymmetry in how I walk. My left leg is fractionally shorter than my right, the result of an old injury from years ago. It's barely noticeable to anyone watching, and I'm not consciously aware of it when I walk. But I've been told it's there, a subtle hitch, a slight compensation in my gait that means my left foot strikes a fraction of a moment later than the right, and my weight shifts in a particular way to accommodate it. The footsteps in my house now had that same hitch. Left foot slightly delayed. Weight shifting in exactly the way mine did. Not perfect, there was something almost exaggerated about it, like someone learning an accent by mimicking an accent they'd only heard once, but unmistakably there. The thing in my house was walking like me, not just matching my stride, walking like me. I sat in the kitchen at dawn on that Wednesday morning, drinking coffee I didn't taste, and I understood with a clarity that was almost worse than confusion that Blake would come tomorrow and find nothing wrong. He would check everything again, and it would all be normal. The house would give him no reason to believe anything was amiss, because the footsteps were never there when other people were in the house. I had only realized this the night after Blake's first visit, when I'd waited through the entire night listening for the sound that never came. Not until he'd left. Not until the house was empty except for me. And that, more than anything, was what filled me with a cold and particular dread, because it suggested that whatever was descending those stairs, whatever was learning the layout of my home and the precise contours of my body's movement through space, it knew the difference between when I was alone and when I wasn't. It was aware. Blake arrived on Thursday afternoon, and I had already decided not to tell him. What would I say? That a presence in my house walks like me, with my gait, my injury, my particular way of moving through space? That it appears only when I'm alone? That something invisible has been learning the geography of my home by following my own footprints? He would worry. He would insist on bringing someone in, a contractor, maybe a therapist. He would approach this with the tools available to reasonable people, and those tools would fail him just as they'd failed me. I would be the problem then, the source of concern, the one who needed watching. So I said nothing. I made dinner. I sat across from him at the table and talked about his work, his drive back, the weather. He told me about a contract he was close to closing. I listened and responded and played the part of someone living a normal life in a normal house. The footsteps didn't come that night. They never did when Blake was here. But I felt them anyway. Felt them the way you feel someone's eyes on the back of your neck, as an absence, as a presence through its very restraint. Something holding itself still, waiting, aware that it was being circumscribed by another person's presence in the house. Blake left Friday morning, and I felt the house exhale the moment his car pulled away. I waited until late afternoon. I made myself eat something. I forced myself to move normally through the kitchen, the living room, back to my bedroom. I was trying to appear ordinary, as if the house itself was watching me, which I'd come to understand it was. The presence in it was watching. Learning at 11:47 p.m., the footsteps began on the second floor. They had changed. Not in the sound itself, which remained the same, that measured deliberate descent down the hallway toward the stairs, but in their intention. There was something purposeful about them now, something that suggested the learning phase had ended. The thing that walked was no longer practicing. It was doing. I was lying in bed with all the lights on, something I'd started doing since Blake left. The brightness felt like a weak shield, but it was something. I listened to the footsteps approach my door, that same weighted pause outside the threshold that had become so horribly familiar. But this time, they didn't pass by. They stopped at my door and stayed there. No shuffling, no shifting, just a presence on the other side of the wood. And I understood with a vertigo-inducing certainty that it was listening the same way I was listening, a reciprocal attention facing across the divide of the locked door. I got out of bed. I don't know why. Some instinct told me that lying there, vulnerable, waiting, was worse. I stood in the center of my room, equidistant from the door and the window, and I waited for something to happen, for the door to move, for the lock to give way. Instead, I heard breathing, not heavy, not aggressive, just breathing, the same cadence and depth as my own, as if measured to match it. In and out, synchronized with the sound of my own breath, so that for a moment I couldn't tell if it was coming from inside my room or outside my door. I held my breath, and the breathing on the other side of the door stopped. I released it, and it resumed. Something in the architecture of my understanding shifted then. This wasn't a presence that was learning anymore. It was something that had already learned. It had learned the sound of my breathing, the rhythm of my heartbeat, perhaps. It had learned the specific way my body moved through the dark, the particular frequency of my presence. It had learned me so thoroughly that it had become a mirror, a shadow, an echo. And now it was knocking. Not loudly, not with violence, just a soft, rhythmic rapping on the wood of my bedroom door. 2 knocks. A pause. 2 knocks again. The same pattern repeating, patient and methodical and absolutely deliberate. I didn't move. I couldn't. Some part of my mind that deals in survival instinct had locked all my muscles in place, as if stillness was a form of invisibility. The knocking stopped. There was a moment, perhaps 5 seconds, perhaps an hour. Time had become unreliable, of perfect silence. Then I heard something that might have been the most disturbing thing yet. Footsteps receding, not back up the hallway, but right in front of my door, moving away from it, going downstairs with that familiar hitch in the gate, that asymmetry that was mine, that shouldn't have been translatable into someone else's body, and yet it was. I heard it all the way down the stairs, heard it reach the ground floor, heard it move through my house like an owner moving through a familiar space, heard it opening drawers in the kitchen. I waited for hours, truly hours. I tracked them by the clock on my nightstand, watching the digital display change, feeling the house rearrange itself around the presence moving through it. At 2:34 a.m., I heard the kitchen drawer close. At 3:12, something was moved in the living room. I heard the scrape of furniture against hardwood. At 4:17, the footsteps returned to the staircase and began climbing. I finally moved. I went to my door and pressed my ear against it, hearing the ascent, step by step, in that particular cadence that was my cadence, up to the second floor. The footsteps passed my room and continued to the end of the hallway. There was a door there that I almost never used, the entrance to the attic. I heard the door open. The footsteps climbed into the attic, and the door closed behind them. I stood in the dark hallway outside my room, unsure how I'd gotten there, unsure if I had actually moved or if some other part of me had simply continued without consultation from the conscious part. The house had fallen into a new kind of silence. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of something held in suspension, something waiting in the darkness above my head. The attic door had been sticky for as long as I'd lived there. It took effort to open, took leverage and force. The wood was old and swollen, and it didn't yield easily. I know I didn't open it, but in the morning, when the sun came through the hallway windows, I found it slightly ajar, just an inch, just enough to suggest that something had come down from there and didn't bother closing it behind itself. There was a smell from inside, something like age and settled dust, but also something else, something like breath, like the scent of something living and breathing in a space that has been closed for a very long time. I didn't go to work that day. I couldn't think of a world that existed outside of this house, outside of this presence that had graduated from learning to something else, something that had opened drawers and moved furniture and climbed into spaces that had been dark and undisturbed for years. Blake called in the evening. I didn't answer. He called again at night and left a voicemail asking if everything was okay. I listened to his voice and understood that I could never explain this to him, that explaining it would be a waste of the explanation. This wasn't something that could be reasoned away or fixed by a contractor or a doctor. This was something that had been invited in, or perhaps had never left, and now it was settling in, the way something settles into a space that feels like home. I locked myself in my room that night, all the lights on, the radio playing softly to mask any sound I might otherwise hear. But I knew the locks wouldn't matter. I knew that presence could come and go as it pleased. It had learned the house, and now it was learning me, and there was no distinction any more between the two. Sometime before dawn, I heard it on the stairs again. That familiar hitch in the gate, that asymmetry, that terrible perfect mirror of the way I move through the world. But this time I could have sworn I heard it going up, not down. Not in the restless descent it had made every night since I'd been here. Up, into the attic, into the dark, as if it was going back to wherever it had come from. Back to the space where something had waited with patience that spans years or decades or longer, as if it was going home, and I understood, lying there in the brightness of all my lights, that it would come back down again tomorrow night. It will come back down every night, and eventually, I think, it will stop pretending that we're separate things. The daylight came like a negotiation. I didn't sleep, but the hours moved past me anyway, marked by the slow migration of sun across my bedroom wall. By the time the shadows had lengthened into evening, I had made a decision that felt less like choosing and more like surrendering to something inevitable. I went back to work. Blake was there in the break room when I arrived, and the look on his face told me I appeared as wrong as I felt. He asked questions, soft ones, carefully worded, and I gave him answers that were technically true but explained nothing. Yes, I was fine. No, nothing serious. Just tired. Just a lot on my mind. The small currency of normal conversations exchanged like tokens that meant we were both still pretending the world operated in a way that made sense. The office felt foreign. The fluorescent lights, the hum of the building systems, the way people moved through the spaces with purpose and direction, it all seemed to belong to a different life, one that I was visiting as a guest. I went through the motions. I answered emails. I attended a meeting about quarterly projections and said nothing memorable. At lunch, I sat at my desk and didn't eat the sandwich I'd brought. The world had continued without me, and now I was supposed to continue with it, as if nothing fundamental had changed. But something had. I could feel it the way you feel a cold coming on, not visible, not yet symptomatic, but present in the way your body knows something is shifting before your mind catches up. That night, I drove home in the dark, and the house was waiting for me the way it had been waiting since the beginning. The porch light cast its pale circle, and the windows were dark and watchful. I sat in the car for a long time before I went inside. I wasn't afraid, exactly. That would have required the belief that something could still surprise me, could still break the pattern that had become as familiar and fixed as my own breathing. The hallway was cool and still when I stepped in. The house smelled like it always did, like old wood and the faint mineral scent of aged plaster. But underneath that, if I breathed carefully, I could detect something else. That breath sent from the attic. It had moved beyond its original territory. It had settled into the walls the way smoke does, the way something invisible but persistent spreads through a space until it becomes part of the ambient air. I climbed the stairs to my room and closed the door. I didn't lock it anymore. The locks had become a courtesy, a gesture toward the belief that I still had the capacity to exclude something from my own life. Instead, I sat on the bed and waited. He called again, Blake, this time a text message asking if I wanted to get dinner tomorrow night. I read it twice and didn't respond. How could I explain that I couldn't commit to being anywhere but here? That leaving the house had begun to feel like abandonment, like I was shirking some essential obligation? It didn't make sense, and I was beginning to accept that this was the new baseline of my life. Nothing would make sense, and I would simply move through it anyway. The footsteps came at the same time they always did, that distinct rhythm, that slightly uneven gait that matched mine too perfectly to be coincidence. But tonight, something was different. The walk through the house had developed a different quality, less like haunting and more like routine, like something that had lived here long enough that it no longer needed to announce itself. The steps moved past my door without the hesitation they'd shown before. They didn't stop at the attic stairs and then descend. Instead, I heard them go into the master bedroom across the hall. The room I never used, the room that had been empty and dust-covered since I'd arrived. I sat frozen on my bed listening. There was a sound of something settling. Not falling, not crashing, settling the way a house settles when the weight inside it has redistributed itself, when something has found a place that feels right. Then, nothing. Just the silence of a house with two people in it, separated by a doorway and a hallway and the kind of distance that cannot be measured in inches. In the morning I checked the master bedroom. Everything was exactly as I'd left it weeks ago. Dust motes floating in the pale light from the windows, a bed I'd never made, a dresser with drawers I'd never opened. But the air in the room was different, warmer somehow, as if something had spent the night there and left behind a kind of residual warmth, the way a body leaves warmth in sheets. I went to work again, came home, climbed the stairs. The footsteps came at night, but now they didn't always go up to the attic. Sometimes they stayed in the other rooms. Sometimes I heard them in the kitchen, moving slowly from cupboard to counter to window. Sometimes in the living room, a long pause suggesting something was standing in the dark, looking out at the street. It was learning the house, or remembering it. Learning me, or remembering that too. Days passed. A week. I continued the small mechanics of living, work, eating when I remembered, the basic maintenance of a body. Blake eventually stopped calling. I watched my bank account slowly empty and didn't think about what would happen when it ran out. There was a present that was so consuming, so complete in its gravity, that the future had become abstract and unreal. The footsteps had developed a new pattern. They came earlier in the evenings now, and sometimes I heard them not at all. They simply were present. The way you suddenly realize someone has been in a room with you for a long time without you noticing when they arrived. The distinction between its movement and mine had begun to blur in a way I couldn't articulate. I would start to move toward the kitchen and realize I'd already heard the footsteps going that direction. I would plan a route the additional middle section, the attic stairs themselves, had become a landscape I studied, with the attention of someone mapping dangerous terrain. During daylight, I'd stand at their base and trace every imperfection, the way the wood had warped in subtle waves, as if the whole structure had softened over decades and then hardened again in its distorted state. The banister was oak, or had been once. Now it felt greasy to the touch, not with any substance I could wash away, but with something intrinsic to the wood itself, a quality of age that had seeped into the grain. Each step produced its own particular sound. The third one from the bottom groaned low, almost mournful. The seventh creaked sharply, and I'd learned to skip it if I wanted silence. The 12th, the final step into the attic proper, always seemed to catch, as if the house was reluctant to grant passage. I found myself counting them obsessively, mapping the acoustics like they were a language I needed to understand. The air in the stairwell never matched the rest of the house. On humid summer days, the hallway below would feel heavy and close, but those stairs remained cool. Not refreshingly so. The kind of cold that made my forearms prickle, that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Sometimes I'd place my palm against the plaster and feel the chill radiating through, steady and constant, like touching something that had been sitting in deep shade for hours. The walls were narrow, forcing my shoulders to almost brush both sides if I wasn't careful. Wallpaper from some forgotten era still clung in patches, a pale pattern of flowers or perhaps vines, so faded it was difficult to discern. Where it had peeled away, the plaster underneath bore dark stains. Water damage, I'd told myself initially, but the stains formed patterns that felt intentional. Marks left by something pressed against the wall repeatedly, something that moved along that passage regularly enough to leave a trace. Above the staircase, the ceiling was lower than architectural logic should allow. When I ascended, the space seemed to compress around me. My awareness of the distance between my head and that ceiling became acute, a constant low pressure, a sense of confinement that made my breathing shallow. I'd find myself haunching slightly without meaning to, my body responding to a threat I couldn't articulate. There were no windows in the stairwell. The only light came from below or from the attic above, depending on the time of day. In the evening, when the house darkened early, the stairs existed in a liminal space, neither fully upstairs nor fully down. I'd stand there sometimes with just the kitchen light filtering up from the hallway below, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source. The corners of each step would darken sequentially as I ascended, as if the shadows were descending in opposition to my ascent, The silence in that space was different from other silences. It wasn't empty. It was occupied, waiting. I'd stand motionless and listen to nothing, and the nothing had weight. It pressed against my eardrums. I could hear the house settling around me, the ancient creaks and sighs of old wood under its own burden of time. But underneath those sounds was something else, a presence that didn't announce itself, but which I became aware of through a kind of acoustic pressure, a sense that the air was being displaced by something I couldn't see. The temperature shifts were most pronounced on the 9th step. When I stood there, warmth seemed to pool below me, genuine heat from the living spaces of the house, while above, the cold deepened to something almost sharp. My legs would experience two different climates simultaneously. The boundary between them sat exactly at step 9, like a threshold between two different states of being. I began to notice smells on the stairs, though they were faint and inconsistent, not decay exactly. Something older than that, like opening an antique book, but underneath it, something floral, but wrong. Flowers that had dried centuries ago, perfume that had oxidized into something else entirely. It appeared most often when I had just finished my own descent, when I was breathing hard and reaching the bottom. That was when I'd catch it, that strange, cloying, time-damaged scent. The peculiarity that disturbed me most was the temperature of the wood itself. The banister, the steps, they never felt like room temperature, even when the rest of the house was warm. I'd grip the banister with my full hand, and within seconds, cold would begin transferring from the wood into my palm. My fingers would grow pale, bloodless-looking. I'd have to let go and retreat to the hallway to let sensation return. It was as though the wood was actively drawing heat from me, or perhaps it simply retained cold so completely that my body temperature couldn't compete with it. On the nights when I forced myself to wait at the base of the stairs, watching, I could perceive shifts in the darkness above. Not movements exactly, variations in the quality of the shadows, moments when the darkness seemed to gather and condense. The banister would seem more solid in some places than others, as if something was partially obscuring it. My eyes would track along the length of it, trying to determine what I was actually seeing versus what I was inferring. And then the sound. The first footstep descending, the wood receiving weight. Rough the house and then find myself changing it without conscious decision, as if something was suggesting alternatives. One night, and I couldn't say how many nights had passed since that first time I stood in the hallway, I found myself awake in the dark, not knowing whether I had woken or whether I had never been asleep at all. The house was silent in that suspended way it got when something was waiting, and without deciding to, without any conscious volition that I could point to afterward, I stood up and walked to my door. The hallway was utterly dark. My eyes had adjusted as much as they could, but the darkness was complete, a quality of absence rather than mere lack of light. I could hear breathing, both mine and something else's, or perhaps only one breathing that I was simply experiencing from 2 points of perspective. I stood there for a long moment. I didn't move toward the attic door. I didn't go to the master bedroom. I simply stood in the dark, feeling the presence beside me, or within me, or pressed against the walls of my own skin, feeling what it felt like to be a house that had been waiting for something to move back in, a space that had been empty and was now occupied by its own history. In the morning, I found myself back in bed, with no memory of returning. The day moved forward the way it always did. I went through the small rituals of existence, but something had shifted in the night, some final crossing of a threshold that I couldn't name or point to. The footsteps still come. They come every night, and I know their rhythm so well now that when I hear them, I sometimes have to stop and think about whether they're his or mine, whether there's any meaningful difference anymore between the person who climbs these stairs and the person who hears them climbing, whether the distinction I've spent so long maintaining between the haunted and the haunted by was ever real at all. Tonight, as I sit here in the living room with the lights on, I hear them again. That familiar hitch in the gate, that pattern I know as well as my own heartbeat. They're moving through the kitchen now, opening cupboards with a slowness that suggests familiarity, as if they know where everything is, as if they've always known where everything is. I don't move toward the sound. I don't move away from it. I simply sit here and listen, waiting for the moment when I'll no longer be able to tell the difference between listening and being listened to, between the watcher and the watched, between the house that haunts and the thing inside it that has finally learned to feel at home. And in that waiting, in that suspension between one breath and the next, I understand that the answer was never about what was in the attic. It was about what the attic had been waiting for, what this house, with all its patience and all its time, had been calling home. It's here now, and so am I. And I'm still not entirely certain which of those facts is the more troubling one. Story 2. I keep finding my handwriting on lease agreements not yet signed. I found my signature on a lease I had never signed. It was a Tuesday in October, late afternoon, the kind of day where the light through the basement windows turns everything the color of old film stock. I was down in the office, the real office, not the ground floor reception area, but the filing room in the back, looking for a 2021 agreement. A tenant upstairs had called about their deposit, wanted to verify their lease terms, and I needed the original to cross-reference with what was in the system. The basement of this building is not a place most people choose to spend their time. It's Victorian technically, or part of it is. The house was built in 1887, expanded in the 50s. And that's where the seam shows. The original stone walls give way to poured concrete, and that particular smell that concrete has when it's been sweating groundwater for 70 years. The filing room is climate-controlled now, at least, though the thermostat was installed in a way that suggests someone couldn't quite figure out where it should go. It hums, not constantly. That would almost be better. It hums at intervals, as if it's forgetting to breathe and then remembering. I've worked as property manager for this place for 3 years. Before that, I managed 2 smaller buildings across town. But nothing like this. Nothing with this much history compressed into one address. The Victorian itself occupies the front of the lot. With its original fixtures and its original problems, wood-rot electrical systems that predate proper grounding, windows that rattle in their frames when the wind comes from the northeast. The modern section, the attached office building and the basement structure beneath it, is where the tenants actually pay their rent and where the real business happens. The filing cabinets are from the 1950s. Burnished steel with pull handles, green enamel paint that's chipped in places to show the dull metal underneath. There are 6 of them, arranged in 2 rows along the east wall. They're still in use. Nobody bothered to digitize the oldest records before I started, and by the time I'd been here long enough to think about it, I was already too busy keeping the newer systems running. I pulled open the second cabinet. That's where 2021 agreements would be. My hand, which after 3 years knows this filing system the way it knows the combination to my front door lock, moved toward the 3rd folder from the left. The tabs are printed by hand. Former property managers wrote them. The penmanship is terrible. Whoever worked here in the 90s had no business labeling anything for posterity. I found the 2021 residential leases. The color of the folders had faded to something between beige and the white of old teeth. I flipped through, pulled the one I needed, and there it was, right there, in the lease document that should have been entirely filled out except for my signature on the bottom line. Except it wasn't just my signature. The entire lease was in my handwriting. Every field, the tenant's name, their address, the lease terms, the move-in date, all of it in my pen, my pressure on the page, my specific way of forming a lowercase g, that little loop I make that leans too far to the right. Everything, the date on the lease was from 2021. I knew I had signed it. I remembered signing dozens of leases that year. But I could not remember writing this one. More than that, I could not remember writing it, because I had a clear, specific memory of printing the lease form from the template system, leaving the fields blank, and handing the unsigned copy to the tenant to fill out themselves before returning it to me for signature. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked. I stood there for longer than I needed to. The basement air, which is always cool and which I've never become entirely comfortable breathing, settled in my chest like something waiting. The hum of the thermostat clicked off. That was worse somehow than the sound itself. I thought, maybe I did fill it out. Memory plays tricks. 3 years is 3 years. Maybe I filled it out and forgot, and now I'm standing here making drama out of nothing. I slipped the lease back into its folder. I looked through the rest of the cabinet, all normal, all accounted for. The feeling of cool air in my lungs began to seem like just cool air. I closed the drawer and climbed the stairs. But I kept thinking about the geese. 3 days later, I found another one. This time it wasn't a complete lease. It was a renewal agreement from 2019, and the margins were filled with notes in my handwriting. Small observations. Check foundation written along the left edge of the document. Water stain here with an arrow pointing to a clause about maintenance responsibilities. In the right margin, a single line, "Something is wrong with the heat in 4B." I had never written those notes. I had never annotated a lease that way. It wasn't my practice. I keep things clean. I use margins for signature lines and dates, not for commentary. The paper was aged correctly. The ink color matched what I'd been using during 2019. I could tell because I still have the pen, a Pilot G207 in black, in the desk drawer upstairs. I'd switched from a different brand that year after the '07 came into stock. I remembered because the other pens were running out and these were cheaper and better. The handwriting was mine, not similar to mine, not close to mine. Not in that unsettling way where you see someone else's script and think, that person's penmanship and mine came from the same universe. This was mine. The pressure, the slant, the specific angle I make in the cross of my teats, slightly asymmetrical, tilted left. I have a quirk when I write at speed. The tail of my Y doesn't descend as far as it should. Both of those things were present, both in every note. I sat down in the filing room chair, which is an old desk chair that rolls on wheels, and I read the notes 3 times. They were observations a property manager would make. Practical, alert, the kind of thing you'd write if you were noticing something small but worth mentioning, something you wanted to remember later. But I hadn't written them. I knew I hadn't. The heat in 4B had always been fine. I checked the maintenance logs, no complaints, no repairs. I spent that evening upstairs in the main office, pulling 2019 records, looking at my own notes from that year, the real ones, the ones I actually made. My handwriting in my records is looser. I was younger then, 3 years less tired. The letters are larger. The annotations in the renewal agreement were tighter, more controlled, the penmanship of someone practicing restraint. It wasn't just that the handwriting looked like mine. It looked like mine if I were being very careful to write exactly like mine. Which is insane to think. Which is the kind of thing a tired person thinks at night when they've been staring at papers too long. I went home. I didn't tell anyone. There's no one at this job to tell. I'm the only full-time property manager. The owner lives elsewhere and checks in quarterly. The tenants have my email and my phone number, and that's the extent of our relationship. The third lease was the one that stopped being theoretical. I found it at the beginning of November, on a Tuesday morning, tucked into the back of the first filing cabinet. No folder, just loose. It was a rental agreement dated 1987, and it was signed by a property manager named Morgan. That name, that exact name, my name. The handwriting on that lease was mine. Not a question mark, not a possibility I could talk myself down from. The same pressure, the same slant, the same minute inconsistencies in letter formation. It was my hand. It was unmistakably my hand, and it was dated 17 years before I was born. I stood in the filing room with the document in both hands. The paper old enough now to have that brittle quality, the kind of fragility that comes from being held too many times by hands that didn't know they were handling something impossible. The ink was faded to a blue-gray from what had probably been pure black. The signature at the bottom was definitely a Morgan. The first name on the lease, the one identifying the person who was responsible for the property's management and tenant relations, was Morgan. I read the tenant's name. The lease terms. The date the agreement was signed, June 14th, 1987, my mother had been 22 years old. I didn't exist. No one I had ever met had any idea I would exist. But someone with my name, someone with my exact handwriting, had been working this job. The thermostat clicked on below the hum. The sound of it starting up is worse than the sound of it running. Something about the mechanical effort of it, the reluctance of the machinery. I walk to the window. There's one small basement window that looks out at ground level, showing the gravel of the landscaping and the occasional passing shoe, and I looked out at nothing very interesting and tried to think of something reasonable. Previous property manager. Same name. Coincidence, but the handwriting. The handwriting couldn't be coincidence. That's not how handwriting works. That's not how names work or probability works or any of the systems that underpin things being normal and explicable. I'd been working this job for 3 years. I'd filed hundreds of documents. I knew my own writing like I knew my own voice. And this was it. Not similar. Not an echo of it. I went to the main office. I pulled the personnel files, what there was of them, which wasn't much. The previous property manager's contract. References. I found her name, Morgan. The same first name. Different middle initial, which meant nothing. Nothing at all. Different address, different everything except the name and the handwriting. But the middle initial being different meant this was at least a different person. A different Morgan. Just a different Morgan who had the same first name and the same handwriting as me, and who had worked at this property and left behind documents with that handwriting inside them, and now I was finding those documents 17 years after I was born. I sat at the desk upstairs. The light outside the office windows was gray-white with cloud cover. It was the kind of afternoon where it feels like the sun is deciding whether it bothers to come out at all. My desk is uncluttered. I keep it that way deliberately. There's a computer, a phone, a lamp with a bulb that's too bright, and a cup of pens. One of those pens is a Pilot G207 in black. There are 3 others, also black, in various states of depletion. I opened a drawer and took out a blank lease form. The template. Not filled out, just the form. I sat looking at it for what felt like 20 minutes but was probably 5. Then I put it back and closed the drawer. I picked up my keys, locked the office, and didn't come back for 3 days. The first thing that breaks a person is routine. Once you have it, once you depend on it, the moment it fractures is the moment everything becomes suspect. I'd had 3 days off, real days, where I didn't go to the property, didn't check the mail, didn't think about anything related to work. Or I tried not to. The trying is what matters. It's the part that fails. I came back on a Wednesday morning. The property manager's office sits at the front of the main building, a converted Victorian that someone in the 1970s had partitioned into 12 units. My office is on the second floor overlooking the circular drive. When I parked, I could see the mailbox by the entrance was full. 3 days of mail. I'd figure I'd catch up slowly, methodically, the way I'd been trained to do things. The mail was the usual: bills, notices from the county, a newsletter from the State Property Managers Association that nobody reads, and a thick manila envelope, 9 by 12, no return address, my name written on it in blue ballpoint. I recognized the handwriting immediately. I knew it because it was mine, not similar. Mine, the particular pressure point where the pen comes down slightly heavier before a capital letter. The way the G has an extra loop that's almost involuntary. The consistent slant, the spacing, all of it. Exactly mine, down to a precision that would be impossible for even the best forger to replicate without years of practice. I stood in the foyer of the building, holding the envelope, aware of my own breathing, aware of how hyper-aware I was being of my breathing, which meant I was panicking slightly, which meant some part of me already knew something was wrong. The envelope contained rental applications, 12 of them, all filled out in the same handwriting. Mine, all dated 3 days ago, the days I hadn't come in. All for units that were currently occupied, with the current tenants named as the applicants. None of the information was wrong, not a single detail incorrect. It was as though someone had taken the tenant files, meticulously copied every piece of information into new application forms, and signed them all in my handwriting. Why would someone do that? I flipped through them slowly. Alex in Unit 4, Sam in Unit 7, Jordan in Unit 9. The information was so perfect, so complete, that for a moment I wondered if I had done this. If somehow, in some state I couldn't remember, I'd filled these out. People do strange things when they're stressed. Fugue states exist. But I knew I hadn't. I knew it the way you know you're awake when you wake up. Absolute and non-negotiable. I brought them upstairs to the office. The desk looked exactly as I'd left it. The computer was off. The lamp was still on. I'd forgotten to turn it off before I left, and now it had been on for 3 days. The bulb slowly cooking the air around it, making the corner of the office feel slightly warm and off. I sat down and spread the applications across the desk. Each one was signed by me, by my signature. By the particular flourish I have on my capital M, the name Morgan always starts with a specific kind of upward stroke that I've never been able to get rid of, even when I've tried. It's been part of my signature since I was 12. I remember trying to change it in high school. It never stuck. And here it was, on 12 different forms, all perfectly rendered. Perfect is the wrong word. Them is a better word. These signatures were them. I called the rental office, spoke to Patricia, who's been there for 8 years and has the kind of voice that suggests she's been tired for approximately that long. Did anyone come in while I was out? The last 3 days? Come in where? The property. Did anyone come into the office? How would I know? You weren't there. Isn't that your job? She wasn't being hostile, exactly, just factual, and right. I was being ridiculous. Of course she wouldn't know. Why would she? Never mind, I said. Are you okay? The tiredness in her voice shifted. Not going away, but shifting into something that included concern, or at least the recognition that something in my tone was wrong. Someone left documents in my office. 12 rental applications. They're signed by me, but I didn't sign them. There was a long pause, the kind of pause where someone is deciding whether to treat what they've heard as a joke that didn't land or something that requires an actual response. That's weird, Patricia said finally. Yes, are they filled out correctly? Perfectly, then maybe someone was just, I don't know, testing your system? A prank? A prank. As though someone had spent hours meticulously copying tenant information into new forms, matching my handwriting and signature with such precision that I, the person who literally owns this handwriting, couldn't distinguish it from forms I'd signed myself. Maybe, I said, and I meant it. Maybe was better than the alternative, which was that the alternative existed at all. After I hung up, I gathered the forms back into the envelope. I put the envelope in the filing cabinet. Not filed properly, just shoved into the cabinet vertically, behind the hanging folders that contained the actual documents. Out of sight, out of mind was the hope. For 3 days I worked normally. Processed mail, answered calls from tenants about leaky faucets and broken heating systems, scheduled repairs, collected rent, did all the things that the job requires. The work felt mechanical in a way it never had before. I was performing the role of myself. The part of my brain that was still actually engaged in living was split off somewhere else, humming with a low-frequency anxiety that never quite rose to the level of panic, but never quite descended into peace. On the 4th day, I found the second envelope. This one was on my desk, on top of everything else, centered, almost ceremonially placed. My name on it again, in my handwriting, in the same blue ballpoint. I knew without opening it what it would contain, or at least I knew it would contain something like what the first envelope contained, something that shouldn't exist, something signed by me that I hadn't signed, something that was, in the most literal sense, impossible. Inside were eviction notices, 17 of them, all filled out in perfect detail, all signed by me, all dated for various dates that hadn't happened yet. The latest one was dated 3 months in the future, all addressed to current tenants, all citing violations I knew nothing about. Missed rent from people who always paid on time, noise complaints I'd never received, lease violations that didn't exist. I read through them slowly, carefully, looking for errors, looking for anything that would indicate forgery, or at least the possibility of forgery, something I could point to and say, this right here. This proves someone else did this. I found nothing. The signatures were perfect. The information was perfect. The dates were written in my particular style of numerals, slanted slightly to the left, the way I've always done it. Every detail suggested that I, Morgan, property manager of this building, had drafted eviction notices against my own tenants and somehow forgotten I'd done it. Except I hadn't done it. The certainty was the only thing I had left. The certainty that I was not going insane, that I had not written these, that they were not a product of my hands or my brain in any condition, waking or sleeping or somewhere in between. I called in sick the next day. That evening, I went back to the property to pick up some files I thought I might need. I didn't turn on the lights in the office. I walked through in the dark, guided only by the ambient light coming through the windows from the street. The office felt different at night. Larger, the corners existed in ways they didn't during the day. I could hear the building settling, the soft groans of old wood, the almost silent whisper of air through vents and gaps and places where the structure had warped slightly over decades. I found the envelope on the filing cabinet, on top. The third one. It had been 5 hours since I'd last been in this room. 5 hours while I was at home, doors locked. Checking my own handwriting on Post-it notes I'd written myself to verify that I was still the person who wrote in this hand. The envelope was already open. Inside was a lease agreement. A new one. Blank except for the signature line. Except the signature line wasn't blank. It was signed. In my handwriting. Waiting only for the terms to be filled in. A contract for something that didn't exist yet. A document I hadn't written that had been left in a locked office in the dark while I was miles away with no possible explanation for how it had gotten there. I held it at the edges, as though my fingerprints might be dangerous on it. The paper was fresh, not yellowed, not old. The ink on the signature was still faintly wet. I stood there in the dark office, holding the document and shaking hands, and I understood something with perfect clarity. I was not going to be able to explain this. There was no rational framework that could contain what was happening. And whatever was happening, whatever was using my name, my handwriting, my signature to write contracts and evictions and applications for apartments that already had tenants, it wasn't finished. It had 3 more days at least, maybe longer, maybe indefinitely. But it had time. And I was beginning to understand that time for me had become a thing I was running out of. I didn't sleep that night. I sat at my kitchen table with all the documents spread in front of me, reading them over and over as though repetition might yield some new explanation. The signature on the blank lease agreement had dried completely by the time I'd brought it home. It looked identical to every signature I'd ever made. The same pressure, the same curve, the same slight hesitation in the third letter where my pen always caught slightly, a quirk I'd had since I was 12 years old. By 3 a.m, I'd convinced myself to go back to the office, not to investigate, not really, just to verify that the building was still standing. That reality hadn't shifted in some fundamental way that would make impossible things make sense. The night was cold. October turning toward something darker. The streets were empty in that particular way they are in the small hours. Not peaceful, but depleted. Like the city had temporarily withdrawn from itself. The building looked exactly as it always did. 4 stories of brick and old concrete, built in 1924, sold 5 times since then. I'd worked there for 3 years and never thought much about its age. Now, the age seemed important, significant in a way I couldn't articulate. I used my key. The front door opened the way it always did. The lobby was dark. The security cameras would have me on record. But I didn't care anymore about things like records and explanations. I went upstairs. The elevator was ancient, a manual gate job that required you to close the inner grille before the doors would operate. I took the stairs instead, up 4 flights. My breathing sounded loud to me, each step precise and deliberate, as though I was walking through something I needed to displace with my body. The office door was locked. I'd locked it when I left. I was certain I'd locked it. I opened it. The lights were on. All of them. The fluorescents overhead humming with that particular frequency that makes your teeth ache slightly if you listen too closely. The desk lamp. The small lamp in the corner by the filing cabinet. Every available light source illuminating the office in a way that made it look simultaneously more real and less real than it had any right to. Nothing had been disturbed. The documents I'd arranged on my desk were still arranged exactly as I'd left them. But the fact of the lights, the simple, undeniable fact of light in a room I'd left dark, was enough to make my hands clench. I stood in the doorway for what might have been seconds or minutes. Time felt negotiable. Then I heard the pen. It's a specific sound, the sound of ballpoint on paper, a particular friction, a particular rhythm. I heard it coming from behind my desk. Deliberate strokes, not frantic, not hurried, methodical, the sound of someone writing with care and intention. I stepped inside. The door swung shut behind me. There was nothing there. No one. The desk was empty except for a single stack of papers and, beside it, my favorite pen, the one I'd lost 2 weeks ago and had replaced. The blue one with the slightly worn grip from my right thumb. It was moving across the paper, not floating, not suspended by anything visible, just moving. Writing, my handwriting appearing on the page in real time as though my hand was holding it, guiding it. Forming letters I was not forming. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I could only watch as the pen made its way across the document line by line, filling in what appeared to be a new lease agreement. Standard terms, market rate, security deposit, move-in date of November 1st. The pen reached the signature line. My hand appeared. It was my hand. The same scar on the knuckle of my index finger from when I was 7 and caught my hand in a bicycle chain. The same small birthmark on my wrist. The same callus from years of writing. It came into existence at the edge of the desk as though it was pushing through a curtain, and it picked up the pen and signed the lease in my handwriting while I stood 3 feet away, unable to breathe. When it was finished, the hand withdrew. It didn't fade or vanish. It pulled back and away, disappearing edge first, like something descending into water. The pen fell to the desk with a small clatter. The lease it had signed lay on top of the stack with the ink still wet. I picked it up slowly. The date at the bottom was today's date. The signature was mine. The hand was gone. I read the terms. New tenant. Suite 3C. Move in November 1st. Everything standard except for one line, one single clause buried in the middle of the standard language. Tenant agrees to accept the terms of occupancy as previously agreed, with full understanding of the limitations therein. There was no Suite 3C. There had never been a Suite 3C. The building had 3 units per floor. I knew this. I'd managed this property for 3 years. There was Suite 3A on the 3rd floor, Suite 3B, then Suite 3D. Suite 3C had never existed. I made phone calls at 4 in the morning. The owner of the building didn't answer. Neither did the previous manager, whose number I found in the records. I called the city planning department recorded line and listened to an automated message about office hours. I called the tenant in 3B and listened to the phone ring until I hung up, unable to imagine how I would explain why I was calling about Suite 3C. By dawn, I'd looked up the building's original plans from 1924. They were on microfiche in the city archives. I drove there as soon as they opened. The original plans showed every unit, and there it was, Suite 3C. 3 bedrooms, parlor, kitchen with cold storage, exactly as it should have been. The plan was dated April 1924. The handwriting on the notations in the margins was faded but legible. And then I found the amendment, dated October 1947, a city order signed by the Planning Committee authorizing the removal of Suite 3C from the active building register. No explanation, no reason given. Just a stamp and a signature and the notation property sealed as of 10/14/1947. No further occupancy authorized. I printed everything. I drove back to the building. I climbed the stairs again, this time in daylight, to the 3rd floor. Between 3B and 3D, where the wall should have been, where I'd walked past 100 times in 3 years without really seeing it, there was a door. It was painted the same color as the rest of the building's interior, off-white. Institutional, its edges were subtle. A casual glance would miss it entirely. If I hadn't been looking, hadn't known what the building should contain, I might have walked past it forever without understanding what I was seeing. The doorknob was warm to the touch. I didn't open it. I stood there in the hallway, documents in hand, and I understood that I'd been leading myself toward this moment from the beginning. That all the documents, the ones I hadn't written, the signatures that weren't mine but were, had been instructions. A path, breadcrumbs leading me to understand that something was in this building that wanted to be known, that wanted a lease, that wanted to be acknowledged, brought back into the register, made legal in the eyes of the building and the city and the world. And I was the person who had the authority to make that happen. The pen I'd found still sat on my desk downstairs. My handwriting filled pages in that office. My signature was on a building full of documents that proved I was capable of writing whatever was necessary, whatever needed to be signed. I stood there in front of that door, documents in hand, and I realized that I had never actually made a choice about any of this. Everything I'd done, coming to the office, finding the documents, coming back at night, standing in this hallway, every step had been mine, and none of them had been mine at all. I'd been following a path that had already been written in advance, and the person who'd been writing had my signature. The doorknob was still warm. I went back downstairs. I didn't open the door. I sat at my desk and I read the lease for Suite 3C again, the one my hand had signed while I watched, and I signed my name underneath it in my own handwriting, fully aware and completely unable to stop. The moment the pen left the paper, The lights went out, all of them at once, and in the darkness I heard the sound of a door opening somewhere in the building. Not the door to Suite 3C, a different door. The kind of sound a door makes when it's been sealed for 76 years and something is finally pushing through from the other side. The electricity came back at some point. I don't remember it happening. I remember the darkness lasting a very long time, and the sound of that door somewhere in the building, not violent, not loud, just the steady pressure of something pushing against a seal that had held for decades, and then gradually becoming aware that I could see the outline of my desk again. The window. The manila folders stacked in their careful piles. My hands were shaking. I left the building that night and didn't go back for 2 weeks. I told myself I was sick. I told my supervisor I needed time. I told myself a lot of things, none of which were true. The truth was that I was afraid. Not of what was in Suite 3C, though I was afraid of that too. I was afraid of what would happen if I returned, afraid of what I might find myself doing, afraid of the feeling I'd had in that moment before the lights went out, the absolute certainty that I was not the one controlling my own hands. I stayed home. I didn't sleep much. At night I would take out the lease agreement I'd signed and look at my handwriting, comparing it to old journals, old letters, trying to convince myself that the signature was definitely mine, that no one had forged it, that this was simply something my own hand had done. But there was a fluidity to it that wasn't quite right, a confidence, a familiarity with legal terminology that I didn't possess. My signature looked like mine the way a reflection looks like the thing that casts it, accurate in most respects, but inverted in some fundamental way. On the 15th day, I went back. The building felt the same when I entered, the same cold lobby, the same institutional carpeting. The elevator still made that grinding sound. But something had shifted in the air, not a physical thing, but a quality of attention. The building itself seemed aware that I'd returned. Expectant, I didn't go upstairs. I went to the basement records room instead, the one I'd avoided before, and I began searching through the older files, the ones that predated 1924. I was looking for something, I didn't know what. Some explanation, some history, some evidence that this had happened before, that there was a pattern, that I wasn't the first person to find my own handwriting writing my own destiny. I found invoices, maintenance records, a ledger from 1887 with entries in 3 different hands tracking the cost of materials for a suite on the 3rd floor. And then, in a box that had no label, I found lease agreements from other years, other names, different handwriting, each one distinct and individual, each one signed below a description of Suite 3C. The earliest was dated 1931. The name was Blake. The handwriting was careful, precise. The handwriting of someone who was trying very hard to write normally while something else was moving their hand. Another from 1954. Morgan, hurried, almost frantic, the pen digging into the paper hard enough to tear it in places. Another from 1968. Alex, neat, professional, the handwriting of someone who had already accepted what was happening and was no longer fighting it. There were 16 of them, 16 lease agreements, 16 names, 16 different handwritings, all signing their own names to an agreement for a space that didn't appear on any official building plan. A space that had been sealed by city order and yet kept generating agreements, kept finding people, kept drawing them in through a breadcrumb trail of documents that felt like they were leading them toward their own choices. I put them back. I put them all back exactly where I found them, and I went upstairs to my office. The desk was exactly as I'd left it. The pen was still there. The lease agreement sat in its folder, my signature dark and final beneath all the others. I sat down and I opened my appointment book and began to work through the stack of lease applications that had accumulated over the 2 weeks I'd been gone. Residential, commercial, small businesses, people looking for spaces, people wanting to rent, to move, to establish themselves in this building or others like it. I processed them methodically. I approved them. I signed them. Each signature felt exactly like mine. Each one felt like a choice, and somewhere in each choice I could feel something else moving. Something that was learning to move my hand the way a musician learns an instrument. With increasing skill, increasing subtlety, the work felt normal. It felt like what I was supposed to be doing. Days passed. Weeks I didn't go near the 3rd floor. I didn't look for Suite 3C. I tried very hard not to think about the sound of that door opening, or the feeling of my hand moving without my permission, or the certainty I'd felt in that moment that I was no longer entirely in control of my own body. But small things persisted, small, lingering things that refused to become normal again. My coffee would be cold when I'd only just poured it. I'd catch myself halfway through a sentence I hadn't decided to start speaking. I'd find documents on my desk that I didn't remember writing, though the handwriting was always mine. I'd look up from work and realize that hours had passed, and I had no clear memory of what I'd been doing. Though the applications were processed, the letters were written, the work was complete. And then there were the names. The lease applications that came through my desk became increasingly specific. Requests for Suite 3C, written by people who'd somehow found out it existed, who knew somehow that if they applied, if they put in the right request, if they went through the right channels, they might be able to occupy a space that wasn't supposed to be on the register. The applications had a particular quality to them, a desperation, a sense of someone who had been searching for this place for a very long time. I approved every single one. I approved them with my own signature, my own pen, my own hand. And with each approval, I felt something in the building settle a little deeper, root itself a little further. I could feel additional middle section. The apartment had a smell I couldn't name. Not mold exactly, I'd know that by now. Not quite dust. Though dust was certainly part of it. It was the smell of time moving through a space slowly, of air that had circulated through the same rooms for decades without ever truly leaving. Sometimes I'd stand in the hallway with my eyes closed and try to parse it, old carpet backing, the mineral deposits left by 1,000 showers, paint that had yellowed under its sealant. But there was something beneath all of that, something organic and vaguely sweet, like fruit left too long in a forgotten bowl. The walls were a shade the previous owner had apparently loved, a beige that looked different depending on the time of day. In morning light from the east-facing windows, it was almost cream-colored, almost warm. By afternoon, it looked sickly. By evening, it seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. I found myself avoiding looking directly at them for too long. There was something in that particular shade that made my eyes strain in a way I couldn't explain, as if the color itself was slightly wrong, a half step out of register with everything else in the visible world. The hardwood floors creaked in patterns I'd mapped without meaning to. The third board from the bathroom door always groaned first, a sound like someone shifting their weight. The floorboards in front of the kitchen window sang in a higher pitch, almost a musical note if you listened in a particular way. The living room floor was silent except for one spot near the radiator, where something in the subfloor had settled unevenly over the years. And each step produced a soft complaint that reminded me of the sound a ship makes in calm water. I'd taken to walking barefoot as much as possible, which my rational mind understood was foolish, but which my body seemed to need. The floor was always cool, even in the afternoon. I could feel the grain of the wood, the slight hills and valleys worn into the surface by footsteps older than mine. Sometimes I'd stop and stand absolutely still, my bare feet registering tiny variations in temperature and texture, and I'd think about all the people who had walked these same boards. How many? How long ago? What had they been thinking about? Had any of them found anything that didn't make sense? The radiators were Victorian cast iron, painted over so many times that the paint had built up into layers like geological strata. They clanged and hissed with a rhythm that was never quite predictable. Sometimes they'd warm a room in minutes. Other times they'd sit cold for hours and then suddenly blast heat without warning. I'd find myself sitting near one, listening to the internal sounds. The rushing of water or steam that suggested something was trying to happen behind all that metal and old paint. There was something almost alive about it, something that seemed to have moods. The windows didn't fit their frames properly. I could feel the draft along the sills on every wall, a constant whisper of outside air meeting inside air. In winter, frost would form in elaborate geometric patterns that I'd watch in the early morning, ice crystals arranging themselves into shapes that seemed almost intentional. I'd see faces sometimes, I think, or the suggestion of them, not real faces, just the way the frost had accumulated in certain ways. I'd rub them away, and they'd return within an hour, reformed, but never quite the same. The bathroom was perhaps the worst room in the apartment, though I couldn't articulate why. It had been renovated at some point. The tiles were from the 1970s, but there was something about the proportions of the space that felt off. The ceiling seemed lower than it should be relative to the width of the room. The mirror was original to the renovation. and its silver backing had begun to deteriorate along the edges, creating dark spots that looked like mold but weren't. Sometimes I'd look at myself in that mirror, and my reflection seemed to arrive a fraction of a second after I expected it to, as if the glass was thinking about whether to show me back to myself. I'd started to write notes, not about the apartment exactly, but about my thoughts. Small observations: radiator hissed at 3 a.m., silent for 2 hours after. Unusual, why? Or the beige walls seem darker in the northwest corner. Light hasn't changed. Other explanation? I kept these notes in a notebook I'd bought specifically for this purpose, a leather-bound thing that seemed too formal for what amounted to the documentation of my own confusion. I'd write in the living room, usually in the evening, and I'd notice my handwriting would become more careful, more deliberate, the farther down the page I went. By the end of an entry, my letters would be nearly perfect, as if something in the act of being in this apartment was refining my penmanship toward some ideal I'd never consciously pursued. Sometimes I'd find myself in the center of the living room at odd hours, standing still, not remembering how I'd gotten there. I'd be reading in the bedroom, and then I'd blink, and I'd be standing in the middle of the living room, my book still open in my hands, the lamplight casting my shadow across the walls in ways that seemed to distort it. I'd check the time. Sometimes 10 minutes would have passed, sometimes an hour. My body remembered nothing of the transition, just there, and then here. The apartment collected silence in a particular way. It wasn't the absence of sound. I could always hear the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sounds of neighbors, the hiss of the radiators. It was more like the silence was a presence itself, something thick and attentive. I'd notice it most when I tried to be quiet, when I'd move deliberately through the rooms, trying not to make noise. The silence would seem to lean in, listening back. The floorboards would creak even when I stepped lightly. The apartment was listening. Waiting, I'd begun to spend more time in the hallway, the narrow passage that connected the bedroom to the living room, with the bathroom off to one side. The wallpaper there was an older pattern than anything else in the apartment, a small geometric design in shades of green and cream. In certain light, I could see where sections of it had been covered over and replaced. The seams were visible if you looked closely, faint lines that marked where someone had decided the old pattern needed to be erased. I wondered if they'd left the old paper underneath, layered like a palimpsest. How many patterns had been applied to these walls? How many people had decided their predecessors' choices were insufficient? That hallway was where my handwriting appeared most clearly, I realized. Not on walls, not anywhere visible in the conventional sense. But I'd noticed the smell more intensely there, that indefinable mixture of time and dust. And I'd noticed my body responding in ways I didn't control. My breathing would become more shallow. The fine hairs on my arms would raise, though the temperature was consistent. My heartbeat seemed louder in that hallway, as if the space had some quality that amplified internal sounds while dampening external ones. I'd stopped asking myself whether what was happening was real. Instead, I'd begun asking different questions. What did it want? What was it waiting for? And most pressingly, why did my handwriting keep appearing on documents I hadn't yet signed, written in a careful, formal script that looked increasingly like my own? It in the rhythm of the elevator, in the temperature of the hallway, in the way the lights behaved. I could feel it in myself, in the growing distance between the person who made decisions and the hand that carried them out. Last week, I found a memo on my desk that I had written. The handwriting was mine, but I had no memory of writing it. It was addressed to the Building Management Committee. It recommended the reinstatement of Suite 3C to the active building register. It included the city ordinance number. It included the legal language necessary to overturn the 1947 amendment. It included my signature, dated for the following Monday. The memo was dated yesterday. I read it 3 times. I checked the calendar. I checked my own memory. Monday was tomorrow. The memo was already written. The decision was already made. The ink was dry. I could destroy it, I thought. I could tear it up, delete the digital copy, pretend it was never sent. The choice was still technically mine. But as I sat at my desk, the memo in my hands, I realized that I no longer believed that was true. The choice had been made 7 days ago, or 7 weeks ago, or 7 years ago. The choice had been made the moment I found the first document with my own signature on it. The choice had been made when I was given a pen and left alone in a room full of leases. The choice might have been made before I even arrived at this building. I placed the memo back on my desk. I didn't tear it up. I didn't delete it. Tomorrow I will go to work. Tomorrow I will go to the committee meeting. Tomorrow I will read the memo. And then I will sign whatever else needs to be signed to bring Suite 3C back into the building. I will do it with my own hand. I will do it knowing exactly what it means. I will do it anyway. In the meantime, I've started hearing sounds from the 3rd floor. Not loud, not threatening, just the sound of someone moving around in a space that isn't supposed to exist, preparing it, waiting for the paperwork to be finalized, waiting for the legal documentation to give it permission to be here, waiting for me to sign. And the most unsettling part isn't that I can hear it. It's that I know, with absolute certainty, that it's been waiting for me for a very long time. That there's a lease agreement with my name on it written in my handwriting, already signed and dated, already filed in a cabinet somewhere that I haven't discovered yet. That I've always been the one who was supposed to come here. Find these documents, make these choices, and bring it back. That I was never looking for this place at all. It was looking for me. And somewhere in my desk drawer, I can feel the pen waiting. It's warm. It's been warm since the day I found it. And tomorrow after the meeting, I'll reach for it without thinking. My hand will move automatically. My signature will appear on whatever document is placed in front of me. And I won't know whether it was ever really my choice to resist. Story 3. The basement where previous owners' belongings reorganize when I sleep. The concrete floor of the basement has a particular smell when it's been raining, something between mineral and rot. Old water finding its way through walls that have been standing for 140 years. I noticed it the second day after I'd moved in. It was settled enough that I almost didn't register it as wrong. Just another texture of the house I'd inherited 6 months earlier, still trying to learn its language. I'd gone down that morning to sort through boxes. There were dozens of them, stacked in methodical rows along the eastern wall, each one labeled in careful handwriting from a previous owner, dates, categories. Names I didn't recognize. The estate sale had left what nobody wanted. Someone's life distilled to cardboard and settling dust. The house itself is a Victorian farmhouse, 2 stories plus this basement that extends beneath only half the structure, as if someone had given up mid-excavation. The walls are stone, pale and damp, spotted. The wooden shelving units that line the north and west sides are old enough that the wood has begun to gray, and some of the brackets hang at angles that make you wonder how they're still bearing weight. There's a single window, a narrow horizontal one near the ceiling, that faces out onto the foundation line, so all you ever see through it is earth and the occasional boot heel from someone walking past outside. I've never loved basements. I know that's common enough, almost a cliche. But this one had a different quality to it. Not threatening, not quite. More like being in a museum that hadn't decided what it was yet, or a storage room in a building that had forgotten what it stored. The air down there doesn't move much. Even with the door open upstairs, there's a sense of containment, of time operating on different principles. That first morning, I was methodical about it. I'd started making a spreadsheet, actually writing down what was in each box so I could figure out if any of it was worth keeping. Some things had sentiment attached to them. A set of china dishes from someone's grandmother, a collection of old farm journals. Mostly it was the mundane inventory of lives that had passed through the space. Blankets, kitchen equipment, seasonal decorations. Books with soft spines and foxed pages. I was working my way through a stack near the center of the room, opening boxes and photographing contents to go back and catalog later, when I noticed one was unsealed. That was unusual. All the others had tape across the top, some of it yellowed and brittle with age, some of it still relatively fresh. This one had its flaps just folded closed, as if someone had packed it recently and simply closed it without fastening it. I opened it. Inside were clothes, men's clothes, mostly shirts, a vest, trousers that probably hadn't been worn since the 1950s. There was a smell to them that made me pull back slightly. Not bad exactly. Just that deep staleness of fabric that had absorbed decades of being closed away. I photographed those two and made a note. The basement got colder as the afternoon went on. I checked the temperature on my phone around 3 o'clock and saw it was 52 degrees down there. Not unusual for October in an old farmhouse, I told myself. Not something to think about. I worked until the light coming through that narrow window began to dim, then headed back upstairs to make dinner. I have a routine now. Tea first, then I walk through the house with the lights off before I turn any on, just to feel the shape of the space in the dark. It's a habit I developed after the first few nights, something to help me settle. The house makes sounds constantly, wood settling, pipes expanding, wind moving through spaces I haven't even found yet. If I walk through in darkness first, those sounds feel less like intrusions. When I came back down the next morning, the basement looked different. I stood at the bottom of the stairs for a moment, trying to identify what had shifted. The light was weaker than the day before, clouds had moved in, and the basement seemed even more contained than usual. Then I saw it. The boxes. The ones I'd organized in rough piles by the center workbench had been moved. Not far. They were still in the same general section of the room, but now they were stacked in neat columns against the eastern wall, where they'd been originally. I felt something odd in my chest, a small tightening. The obvious explanation, the floor must have settled during the night, and some structural shift had caused them to shift. Old houses do that. They breathe. They move. I'd been reading the inspection report since I inherited the place, learning all the ways old buildings express their age. Still, it was strange. I had the thought that maybe someone else had come down here, a neighbor perhaps checking in on the place in some old-fashioned way. But there was no sign that anyone had opened the basement door from upstairs, and I kept it locked now out of habit. I'd grown up in new houses, climate-controlled and secure. This inherited place still felt like it belonged to someone else. I decided to leave the boxes where they were and go back upstairs. For the next 3 days, I didn't go back to the basement. I have plenty of other things that needed attention in the house. The kitchen needed work. The flooring in the upstairs bedroom had begun to buckle in one corner, and there were windows that hadn't been opened in so long the painted frames had sealed shut. Life in an old house is an endless series of small tasks, each one revealing another layer of deferred maintenance. But on the 4th night, lying in bed, I kept thinking about that smell, the mineral and rot smell. It had been stronger than I'd remembered, almost intentional in its presence, and I found myself wondering if I'd actually moved those boxes myself, if my memory of the original stacking was even reliable. So the next morning, I went back down. The basement was exactly as I'd left it, the boxes still stacked against the eastern wall. But something was different about them now. I walked closer, running my hand along the nearest stack. They were arranged by size, the smallest on top, graduating down to the largest at the base. That struck me immediately as methodical in a way my own arrangement hadn't been. I'd been random, just stacking what fit. I opened one of the smaller boxes to check inside. The contents were organized, not just loosely organized, perfectly organized. Inside what I'd remembered as a jumble of kitchen items, there was now an arrangement that went from largest to smallest. Cooking pots nested inside each other, then smaller vessels, then utensils, then odds and ends arranged in a line along the bottom like soldiers. I opened another box. Same thing. The clothes I'd seen the first day, the ones with that deep smell of age, were now folded not just neatly, but precisely, in some system I couldn't quite parse. Each item was aligned to the others, seams matching, sleeves arranged uniformly. My phone was in my pocket. I took it out and checked the time. It was 10:47 in the morning. I was alone in the house, had been alone since I'd inherited it. The basement seemed smaller suddenly, the walls closer. I focused on breathing, on the idea that there was a logical explanation for this. The temperature, the humidity. Someone had come through and reorganized things. But who and why? I went back upstairs and sat in the kitchen for an hour, drinking tea that I kept forgetting to drink, looking at the brick wall across from me without really seeing it. At some point, I decided that I was being irrational. Old houses did strange things. The settling, the way wood moved and shifted, maybe I'd simply misremembered what the boxes looked like. Memory is unreliable in new spaces. It takes time to establish landmarks. But that night, I locked my bedroom door. That night, I didn't sleep well. The lock on my bedroom door was old, a push-button mechanism from the 1970s that didn't inspire confidence. I lay in the dark listening to the house settle, trying to tell the difference between normal sounds and anything else. There was the creak of the stairs around midnight. Then nothing for a long time. Then, much later, a sound from somewhere below that might have been the furnace or might have been something else. I woke at 3:47 a.m. according to the clock beside my bed, though I hadn't heard anything in particular that would have woken me. There was just that sudden clarity that comes in the middle of the night, where your eyes open and you're entirely awake, as if something had called to you. I lay still, listening. The house was silent in that particular way old houses are silent. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of a very particular kind of quiet that feels like it's being held in place. I didn't go back to sleep. In the morning I made coffee and told myself I was being ridiculous. A house was just a house. The previous owners were gone. I was alone here, and whatever was happening, if anything was happening, had a rational explanation. I needed to go to the basement anyway. There was the matter of the utility room, a space I hadn't fully explored yet. I'd inherited the house with all its contents, and at some point I'd have to sort through everything properly, decide what to keep and what to donate. The basement door was in the kitchen. I'd left it open the night before, I was almost certain of it, but when I came down the stairs, it was closed. Not just closed, latched. There was an old brass hook, an eye at the top of the frame, the kind meant to keep a door from swinging open on its own. The eye was latched. I unhooked it and pulled the door open. The stairs descended into the familiar gray-blue light of the basement. The boxes were still there, but they had moved, not far, only a few feet from where they'd been. The stack against the eastern wall had shifted toward the center of the room, leaving a clear gap of empty concrete behind it. I could see the dust outline where they'd been, a perfect rectangle showing the place they'd occupied for what must have been years. I descended the stairs slowly, paying attention to my breathing, trying to keep myself calm. There was no disturbance on the stairs themselves, no signs that anything heavy had been dragged down here. But the concrete floor of the basement showed something else, faint marks in the dust. Not the straight lines of a drag, but multiple curved impressions that might have been footprints, or might have been nothing. The light down here was poor. Shadows under the single bare bulb made it hard to see anything with certainty. I opened one of the boxes in the relocated stack. The contents were different now. It took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. The kitchen items that had been organized with such precision yesterday were no longer there. In their place was a collection of older things I hadn't seen before. Photographs, dozens of them, arranged in chronological order by the date written on the back. Beneath them, a stack of letters, still in their envelopes, the paper yellowed and fragile. A journal with a green cloth cover. A man's watch with a stopped face. I knew immediately that I had not touched any of this. I had not organized these items. I had not brought them down here. My hands had begun to shake. I went through the other boxes in the stack. Each one had been reorganized. But more than that, each one now contained something different from what I remembered seeing. Not completely different, but interspersed. The clothing was still there, but now tucked between the folds were old letters, more photographs, documents, and envelopes. It was as though someone had been taking apart one arrangement and reassembling it with something else, layering in materials from elsewhere. I pulled out the journal and opened it at random. The handwriting was careful, precise, dated entries from the 1980s. The first line I read was, "The silence in this house is not empty. It is full of something I cannot name." I closed the journal. My heart was moving too fast. I forced myself to think clearly. A previous owner, perhaps, someone who had lived here decades ago, who had left their journals and photographs and personal effects in the basement. That would explain the contents. But it didn't explain how the boxes had moved. It didn't explain how they'd been reopened and reorganized during the night, unless I had done it myself. The thought came uninvited. Sleepwalking. Some kind of episode where I'd come down here in the dark, in some altered state, and rearranged everything without remembering it. It was possible. I'd heard of such things. The mind was capable of strange behaviors, especially in new environments, in old houses, in the context of stress and lack of proper sleep. I went back upstairs. It was 7 a.m. I made more coffee and sat at the kitchen table with the journal, reading passage after passage. The handwriting was indeed consistent throughout, the same careful hand, the same ink. Though the pressure varied slightly with the emotional content of the entries. The author seemed to be a man who had lived in this house with someone else, though the other person was never named. Instead, there were references. When she looks at me, the way she moves through the rooms, the sound of her footsteps in the corridor. The entries became increasingly preoccupied with sound, with the house itself, with the way it held or released noise, with moments when something seemed to be moving through the rooms in the quiet hours. One entry, dated March 15th, read, "I've begun to understand that she is organizing things. When I sleep, she moves through the house and arranges what she finds. I discovered today that the pantry items had been sorted by height, and I know with absolute certainty that I did not do this. She is trying to communicate. I believe she is trying to tell me something about order, about how things should be." I closed the journal and set it on the table. For a long time, I simply sat there, looking at my coffee, which had gone cold. There were reasonable explanations. This was the journal of the previous owner, someone who had perhaps experienced his own psychological difficulties while living here. An unreliable account, written by someone who was himself uncertain of what he was experiencing. The boxes in the basement had probably been undisturbed for years. I had simply misremembered the first day. My memory of how they were arranged was faulty, colored by the suggestion now that they were organized. And yet, that night, I didn't lock my bedroom door. I left it open deliberately, an experiment of sorts. I placed my phone on the nightstand, set to record audio. I was going to prove to myself that nothing unusual happened, that I would sleep undisturbed, that the house would remain still, that in the morning I would find everything exactly as I'd left it. I lay in the dark and waited for sleep. It came slowly, fitfully. I was aware of my awareness, that strange liminal space where consciousness is ebbing but hasn't quite released you. In that state, I heard something, a sound from somewhere below, a soft scuffing noise, as though someone were moving across the basement floor with careful, deliberate steps. The sound came and went. It might have been the furnace. It might have been pipes. It might have been my own exhausted mind manufacturing sound from silence. I didn't get up to check. In the morning, I reviewed the audio recording. 43 minutes of near silence, the occasional creak of the house settling, a few indistinct sounds that could have been anything, and then, at 3:22 a.m., something that made my chest tighten. A sound like a door opening, not slamming, opening slowly as though someone were pulling it gradually wider. And then, very faintly, footsteps on stairs. Up or down, I couldn't tell. The recording was unclear. The microphone of my phone wasn't sensitive enough to capture the direction. But I had heard them. And then, most disturbing of all, I heard what sounded like the breathing of another person. Not loud, not labored, just the quiet, regular breathing of someone who was not me, present in the house while I slept. I went to the basement at 7 in the morning. The boxes had moved again. This time they were arranged in a circle around the center of the room, as though positioned to contain something, or perhaps to protect it. The space in the middle was completely clear of dust, swept clean, as though someone had stood there for a long time, turning slowly. I didn't open the boxes. I didn't touch anything. Instead, I went upstairs and sat in my car, running the engine, looking at the house through the windshield. The front facade was ordinary. Old brick weathered windows, a door that needed repainting. There was nothing about it that suggested anything was wrong. And yet, I knew that I was no longer alone here. The question was whether the other presence was something that had been here all along, something that had been waiting for me to arrive, or something that I myself was bringing into being through the simple act of living here, of occupying this space that had absorbed decades of someone else's doubt and fear and careful observation of the invisible. I sat in the car for 2 hours before I turned the engine off. I had nowhere else to go. I made a decision that afternoon that I haven't fully understood since. I decided to stay. Not because I felt brave, not because I had any particular courage or clarity about what was happening. I stayed because leaving felt like surrender to something I couldn't name, and I wasn't ready to give it that power. I stayed because, in some deeper part of myself, I wanted to understand. That night, I did something different. Instead of waiting passively for sleep, I sat up in the basement. I brought a chair from the kitchen, placed it near the boxes, and I sat in the dark with a flashlight beside me and my phone recording. If something was moving these boxes, if something was breathing in my house, then I would witness it. I would see it happen. The impossibility would resolve itself into something rational, something I could catalog and explain. The basement was cold in a way I hadn't noticed before. Not the cool temperature of an underground space that I'd grown accustomed to. This was different. This was the cold that comes from something being wrong with the air itself, from a presence that pulled heat away from everything nearby. I sat in my chair and I waited, and the cold deepened around me like water filling a container. Hours passed, midnight, then 1 a.m. The house above me was silent. The furnace hummed and then stopped. I could hear the old beams settling, the inevitable creaking of wood that's been standing for 100 years. My legs began to ache from sitting. The flashlight beam became a kind of anchor. As long as I could see the boxes in that cone of light, as long as the circle of illumination remained steady and constant, nothing too strange could happen. That's what I told myself. Then, at 1:47 a.m., I heard the first box shift. It was a settled sound, cardboard sliding across the concrete floor, the whisper of paper and old fabric moving inside. In the beam of my flashlight, I watched the nearest box, the one closest to my left, begin to inch forward. Not falling, not tipping, moving horizontally, drawn toward the center of the circle by something I couldn't see. I stood up. My chair scraped backward loudly, and the sound seemed to echo down here, seemed to fill the space and linger. The box stopped moving. We were both still then. The box and I, both waiting to see what the other would do. I reached down and turned off my flashlight. The darkness was absolute. I stood there in that basement, completely blind, and I listened. My heart was loud in my ears, but underneath that, I could hear them. Sounds of movement all around me. Multiple boxes shifting, sliding across the concrete. The sound of paper rustling. Something being unpacked. Fabric sliding across stone. It was happening all around me, perhaps inches away, and I couldn't see any of it. I turned the flashlight back on. The boxes had rearranged themselves completely. They were no longer in a circle. Instead, they formed a narrow corridor, creating a pathway from where I stood toward the far corner of the basement. Toward the oldest part of the house, where the original stone foundation walls were visible, and the air was thickest with the smell of earth and decay. I haven't moved, I told myself. You haven't looked away long enough for that to happen. This is impossible. I switched the light off again. On again. The corridor remained. I made a choice then. I walked forward into it. The boxes on either side of me seemed to lean inward as I passed, though I knew that was impossible, that my mind was playing tricks with perspective and shadow. My flashlight beam moved ahead of me, illuminating the pathway, and I could see written on the sides of the boxes writing I hadn't noticed before. Names, dates, labels in a careful, deliberate hand, Winter 1993. Personal effects, do not disturb. I kept walking. The corridor led me to the back corner, to a space behind a water heater that I'd assumed was empty storage. I pushed the flashlight forward into that gap, and what I saw made me stop breathing. There was a space back there, a deliberate space, cleared of all dust and debris, swept clean. And on the ground, arranged with meticulous care, were objects: a watch, a pair of eyeglasses, a fountain pen, several photographs arranged in a precise line. They were old photographs, faded to sepia, their edges soft with age. And they were arranged as though someone had placed them there and then, very carefully, left them as a message. I didn't touch them. When I turned around, all the boxes had closed up again. The ones that I'd seen shifted and opened and emptied were now sealed, their flaps folded down neatly. It looked as though nothing had been disturbed at all. I left the basement and I locked the door behind me. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the kitchen with all the lights on, drinking cold coffee and watching the basement door as though something might emerge from it. By morning, exhaustion had made everything feel slightly unreal. The boxes, the pathway, the objects arranged in that hidden space. It all felt like something I'd experienced underwater, something that might dissolve under the clarity of daylight. I went back to the basement door and opened it. The boxes were gone, not rearranged, not moved to a different location, gone completely, as though they had never existed at all. The basement was empty except for the water heater and the furnace and the bare concrete floor, clean and featureless. The photographs, the watch, the eyeglasses, all of it had vanished. Only the cold remained. I realized then that I had made a mistake. In my attempt to prove that something was happening, in my insistence on witnessing it, I had acknowledged it. I had given it permission. And now it was no longer content to move boxes in the dark. Now it was no longer just suggesting itself through small disturbances. Now it was responding to me directly. That night, I heard it climb the stairs from the basement. Not quickly, not with urgency, with the slow, deliberate pace of someone who has all the time in the world, who knows exactly where they're going. The footsteps crossed the first floor. They moved through the kitchen. They came up the main staircase. They stopped outside my bedroom door. I was awake. I had been waiting. And I lay there in the dark, listening to the silence that followed those footsteps, knowing that something was standing just beyond the threshold of my room waiting, whether it was waiting for me to acknowledge it, or whether it was simply deciding whether to come inside, I couldn't be certain. The doorknob began to turn. It moved slowly, deliberately, the metal creaking slightly with age and the weight of whatever force was moving it. It turned fully, but the door didn't open. The knob remained at the end of its rotation, held there, testing. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I simply lay there, and I understood, with a clarity that cut through all my rational defenses, that the house had never been waiting for me to understand it. It had been waiting for me to stay. The doorknob turned back. The metal clicked softly as whatever held it released its grip, and the mechanism slowly returned to its resting position. I heard nothing after that. No footsteps retreating. No sound of movement at all. Just the ordinary silence of a house at night. The kind of silence that had nothing to do with peace. I waited until dawn. I didn't sleep. I didn't turn on the lights. I simply lay there in the darkness with my eyes open, listening to the house settle around me, listening to the particular quality of silence that comes when you know you're no longer alone. When the first gray light came through the window, I got up and went downstairs. The kitchen was ordinary. The living room was ordinary. Everything was arranged exactly as I had left it. There was no sign that anything had entered my bedroom or stood outside my door in the darkness. There was no sign that anything had climbed the stairs at all. That was perhaps the worst part. I made coffee. I drank it slowly, sitting at the kitchen table. My hands were steady. My heart rate was normal. The physical fear had passed, replaced by something quieter and more difficult to define, a kind of settled resignation, as though my body had accepted what my mind was still struggling to process. The house felt different now. Not threatening, exactly, that wasn't the right word. It felt more attentive, as though it had been testing me, and now that I had passed whatever test it had administered, we had arrived at a different kind of understanding. I went to the basement door and opened it. The stairs descended into shadows. I didn't turn on the light. I simply stood there, looking down into the darkness, and I understood that I would never truly know what was down there. Not because I was afraid to look, but because that knowledge was no longer the point. The point was that I knew it was there. The point was that it knew I knew. For 3 days, nothing happened. I fell back into the rhythm of the house. Work, meals, sleep, the ordinary routines that maintain the pretense of normalcy. I was careful not to go into the basement. I was careful not to look at the basement door for too long. I moved through the house the way you move through someone else's space, trying not to disturb anything, trying to leave no trace of having been there. On the 4th day, I found the watch. It was sitting on the kitchen counter, exactly where I'd seen it before, an old pocket watch with a crack across its face. The hand stopped at 3:17. I didn't remember putting it there. I knew I hadn't put it there, and for a long moment I simply stared at it, trying to process the fact that it was real, that it existed in the waking world, that it had apparently moved from wherever it had gone when the boxes disappeared. I picked it up. The metal was cold and slightly tarnished. The crack in the crystal was real. The hands were really and truly frozen at 3:17. I put it back down exactly where I had found it, and I walked away. It was still there the next morning. I began to understand that it would remain there for as long as I remained in the house. It wasn't a threat. It was something else. Something more like a promise, or perhaps an acknowledgment. A thing left behind on the threshold between the ordinary world and the space beneath the house that had never fully belonged to me. I didn't touch it again. The house settled into a new equilibrium. Small things shifted. The basement door was always slightly ajar now, no matter how carefully I closed it. The temperature in certain corners of the first floor never quite matched the rest of the house. Sometimes at night I would hear the sound of pages turning, a slow, methodical sound, as though someone was reading through a very long document. Other mornings I would find that the photographs I had never retrieved had reappeared, scattered throughout the house, one on a shelf, another tucked behind a painting, another slipped into a book on my nightstand, as though something was slowly distributing them, placing them where I might find them. I never went back to the basement to search for the source. I learned very quickly that some answers are less important than survival, and survival in this house meant accepting the presence without confronting it, acknowledging its claim without demanding explanation. The watch remained on the kitchen counter. I learned to see around it, the way you learn to see around anything that's always in the same place. It became part of the furniture, part of the landscape of my daily life. Occasionally, when I was very tired, I would notice that the time it displayed seemed different, though additional middle section the basement air was thick in a way that had nothing to do with humidity alone. It was the kind of thickness that accumulated over decades, dust compressed into a breathing weight. The molecular memory of everything that had ever decomposed down here, the exhalation of stone and settled earth. When I descended those wooden stairs on the third morning, my hand tracing the banister's worn groove, I noticed how the temperature seemed to shift not gradually but in layers, as if I were passing through different geological periods. Cold at the top, colder still by the sixth step, then something else entirely at the bottom, not colder but older, a sensation that had nothing to do with thermometers. The single window was a rectangle of pale, filtered gray. The October light barely penetrated the cardboard barrier I'd constructed from boxes, trying to create some semblance of organization. What had that accomplished? Nothing. The barrier had simply become another surface for accumulation, for the fine dust that seemed to migrate here from all corners of the house, drawn by something I couldn't name. I stood in the center of the room, what I'd come to think of as the eye of the basement, and simply observed. The boxes of someone else's life seemed to emit their own low frequency, a hum almost below hearing. Some of them bore names in faded marker: Kitchen, 1987, Margaret's Reading, Winter Clothes. Others were unmarked, sealed with brittle tape that cracked at the slightest pressure. The shelving unit along the east wall had become the epicenter of the rearrangement. Those boxes, the ones I'd grouped together deliberately, even photographed to track their position, now sat in a configuration that made no logical sense. But here was the thing that kept me awake, staring at the ceiling in the dark. It wasn't random. Someone had been thoughtful about it. Someone had cared about the arrangement. The heaviest boxes had been moved to the lower shelves, the fragile ones clustered together, separated from the weight. It was almost considerate. I pulled the string on the bare bulb overhead, and the light bloomed harsh and insufficient. Shadows pooled in the corners and beneath the stairs, pockets of absolute dark that seemed to resist the brightness. The concrete floor, cracked in patterns like a dried riverbed, bore the faint stains of old spills, water possibly, or something else, something that had left a residual discoloration that wouldn't respond to cleaning. I'd tried. The first week I was here, I'd scrubbed at those marks with a wire brush, watching the concrete dust swirl into clouds. The stains remained, patient and permanent. My eyes traced the perimeter of the room, cataloging what I could see. Along the north wall sat the oil tank, a cylindrical tomb of rust and abandonment, its gauge frozen at some indeterminate level. No one had used the oil heat in at least a decade. The realtor had mentioned that. New boiler, new system, perfectly safe, but I'd never really stopped looking at the tank. It commanded a kind of presence. Sometimes I heard sounds from that direction at night, the pop and settle of metal cooling, or perhaps something more than that. The wooden shelves sagged under their burden. I could see where the brackets had begun to pull away from the studs, minute separations that widened each month. I'd noted them, told myself I should reinforce them, moved boxes to distribute the weight more evenly. And yet each time I descended, the shelves seemed to have shifted again, boards settling into new angles of compromise with gravity. There was a smell down here that I'd never quite identified. Not mold, I'd come to understand what mold smelled like. And this was different. It was sweeter, older, like the inside of a closed book whose pages had begun their slow transformation into something other than paper. Like the memory of flowers that had dried decades ago in jars with no water. Like the particular staleness of air that had cycled through the same space for too long, growing tired of itself. I moved toward the central pile, the items I'd not yet sorted, and sat on my heels. A cardboard box, still sealed, labeled only miscellaneous in a hand that slanted slightly to the right. The handwriting had an urgency to it, the kind someone develops when they're running out of time. I almost knew what was inside. I'd convinced myself I could smell it through the cardboard, old fabric perhaps. The faint ghost print of lavender or mothballs. I hadn't opened it. I'd moved it from place to place, but I hadn't opened it. The silence in the basement had texture. It was the kind of silence that seemed to have weight and density that pressed against my eardrums. When I held my breath, I could almost hear what the silence was doing, the minute shifts of settling structures, the electrical hum of the house's circulatory system above me, the low-frequency rumble of traffic on the street outside, muffled and distant. My hands had developed calluses from handling boxes. My fingernails had collected a permanent line of dust beneath them that didn't fully wash out. This room was becoming part of my skin, and my skin was becoming part of this room. The basement's cold seemed to have taken residence in my chest, a chill that neither blankets nor hot coffee could fully dislodge. I'd begun to note other changes, smaller things. A light bulb that had burned out despite being new, not shattered, just dead. A cardboard box whose bottom had rotted open, though there was no evidence of moisture or time's passage that would account for it. Papers scattered across the floor in patterns that suggested they'd fallen or been laid, very carefully. I'd gathered them once and tried to read what was written there, but the ink had faded to watermarks, impressions of meaning without legibility. The stairs creaked in a pattern I'd learned to recognize. The fourth step from the bottom always groaned first, then the seventh, then a scatter of smaller sounds as the wood flexed and settled. There was an order to it. There was intention in it. I rose from my heels and turned slowly, taking in the room as if seeing it for the first time, as if I hadn't already memorized the location of every shelf, every corner, every shadow. The basement was becoming a language I was learning to read, though I still understood very little of what it was trying to tell me. And I looked closely, the hands were always at 3:17. Time, I came to understand, was one of the house's preoccupations, a moment that belonged to someone else, a moment that had never quite finished passing. I didn't try to leave. I'm not entirely sure why. I had the resources. I could have packed a car and driven away and never returned. But there was a weight to the house now, a gravitational pull that made leaving seem like a form of betrayal, as though the presence had admitted me into something private and binding, and to walk away would be to break a contract I had never consciously signed. 6 months after I arrived, the real estate agent called to ask if everything was satisfactory. I told her it was fine. I told her the house was beautiful, that I was settling in well, that I had no plans to leave. She sounded relieved. Apparently, the house had a history of brief tenancies, of people who arrived and departed quickly, often without providing explanations. I was the first long-term resident in several years. When I hung up the phone, I wondered if that was true, or if I simply had the luxury of understanding something that had driven others away with terror in their hearts. I wondered if the house was different with me, or if I was simply better at living with it. The basement door was open again when I turned around. Not wide. Just far enough that I could see the top of the stairs descending into darkness. And something about the angle of that opening, the particular way the light fell across the threshold, made me think of an invitation, patient, indefinite, and entirely without urgency. I closed the door and went upstairs to my room. The watch is still on the kitchen counter. It's been there for months now. I stopped questioning its presence sometime in October. Now, I simply notice it the way I notice the refrigerator or the window above the sink, as a fixed point in the landscape of my daily life, something that belongs to the house in ways that I have never quite understood. Sometimes, late at night, I stand at the kitchen counter and I look at it. I look at those stopped hands, that frozen moment that belongs to someone else, someone who lived in this house before me, someone who perhaps stood in this same kitchen and watched the clock reach 3:17 and never quite escaped that moment. And I understand with a clarity that has become almost peaceful that the house is not waiting for me to leave. It's waiting for me to stay long enough to become as fixed as the watch, to join the accumulation of moments and objects and carefully arranged photographs that mark the presence of those who have occupied this space. The basement door is open again. I can hear it from upstairs. That particular quality of silence that comes from a space underground, from a place that belongs to the darker parts of the world. Tomorrow, I think I will finally go down there. I think I'm ready now. I think perhaps the house has been waiting long enough. Story 4. The bedroom wall that shows the outline of furniture from lives before mine. I found it on a Tuesday in March, 3 weeks after moving into the house. The master bedroom faced south, and the afternoon light came through those old wavy windows in shapes that didn't quite match the panes. Everything bent slightly wrong, as if the light itself was bending through time rather than just glass. I was standing in front of the wall opposite the bed, trying to decide if I wanted to paint it before unpacking the rest of my things, when I noticed the rectangle. It was unmistakable once I saw it. A perfect quadrilateral of slightly different paint, not quite faded exactly, but aged differently. The edges were sharp enough that I could trace them with my finger without touching the wall, That's how clean the line was. It was roughly the size of a bed frame, a twin, maybe, or a narrow double. I stood there for a while just looking at it. The room had been mostly empty when I arrived. The elderly cousin who'd left me the house had died in the spring, and by the time the estate cleared, most of the furniture was already gone or sold. I'd been told the previous resident, a woman named Catherine or Claire, something with a C, had lived here for nearly 40 years before she passed. The house itself was from 1887. A century and a half of people. A century and a half of their furniture leaving ghosts on the walls. I thought about touching it. I did touch it eventually, pressing my palm against the faded rectangle. The paint felt the same as everywhere else, that odd, papery texture of paint that's older than you are, paint that's been breathing with the house for decades. But the color difference was real. Inside the rectangle, a warmer cream, almost ivory. Outside it, that dull, exhausted beige that passes for white when you stop paying attention to it. The wallpaper was peeling in the corner, had been since I arrived, a long curl of rose-patterned paper that I kept meaning to address. I stood there and decided I would paint over it all eventually, strip the paper, patch the wall, start fresh. That was the plan. That was always the plan with old houses, wasn't it? You inherited them and you fixed them. You made them new, or you tried to. I didn't do it that week. I did other things. Unpacked boxes, found places for the furniture I'd brought with me, tried to make sense of a house that had belonged to someone else for 40 years and would take a long time to become mine. The master bedroom stayed mostly empty, except for the bed I'd set up near the window and a dresser I'd moved in from the upstairs hall. I tried not to spend too much time in there. It was cold. Even with the south-facing window, even in the afternoon, there was a quality to the cold that felt intentional, like the room was keeping something to itself. By the second week, I'd stopped noticing the rectangle. I'd gotten used to the room's particular silence, the way sound seemed to die against the old plaster, the way the house settled and creaked in patterns I was beginning to recognize. I'd learned which stairs groaned and which ones were quiet. I'd learned that the pipes sang at specific times, and that there was a sound in the walls sometimes that wasn't mice, something heavier, something that moved with intention. It was the Saturday after, a gray morning with rain threatening, when I saw the second mark. I was standing in the same spot, facing the wall, though I don't remember consciously deciding to go back there. I was thinking about what color to paint, maybe, or I wasn't thinking about anything specific at all. But the second rectangle was obvious once I saw it. Not overlapping the first one, positioned to the left of it, a few feet away. Smaller, wider, but shorter. A dresser, I thought. A bureau. The shape was right. And this one felt fresher somehow, though that was impossible. These marks had been here for years, probably decades, protected under layers of paint. They weren't fresh. But there was something about the way the color gradation worked that made it seem like this one was newer, as if the paint around it hadn't had quite as long to age. I pressed my hand against both of them slowly, as if I was reading Braille. The wall was cool and still. Behind it, I could hear the house doing its normal things, the radiator clicking, the wind touching the eaves, that deeper sound in the walls that never quite resolved into anything I could identify. 3 rectangles appeared over the next 2 weeks. I was careful about this. I checked every day, standing at different times in different light, making sure I wasn't imagining it. The third was small, just slightly larger than a picture frame, positioned on the right side of the wall. A small table, maybe, a nightstand. The fourth was higher up, roughly the size of a reading chair, one of those wingback things that old houses always seem to expect you to have. The fifth was long and narrow, running nearly the width of the wall. A headboard, I realized. A very old headboard, too high and too decorated for modern taste. But the first rectangle, the one I'd noticed that Tuesday in March, was still the clearest, the most defined, the one that seemed to pull at my attention when I stood in that room, as if it was the anchor and the others were orbiting around it. I mentioned it to Sarah, who lived 3 doors down and had been in her house for 8 years. I showed her a photo I'd taken, holding my phone up to the wall in that particular afternoon light where the marks were most visible. She looked at it for a long time, then looked back at me. "That's just paint aging," she said. But she was looking away from me when she said it. Old wallpaper shadow patterns, maybe furniture marks. Nothing weird about it. It wasn't weird. Technically, I knew that. Old walls and old houses carried evidence of everything that had ever stood against them. Paint faded unevenly. Different furniture pressed against the plaster for years at a time and left marks. Not damage, just a kind of record. Like a photograph, but made of wear. But there was something about the perfection of the rectangles that bothered me. How clean the edges were. How the color differentiation was so precise, it looked almost intentional, as if someone had carefully shielded that space and aged everything around it. And there was something about the way they'd appeared. One at a time, spread out over 2 weeks, each one in a slightly different position, not overlapping much, as if they were deliberately arranged, as if someone was placing them there. It was late April when the first one moved. I came into the room on a Saturday morning with coffee, intending to sit on the bed and look out at the garden, the way I'd been doing most mornings. The light was particularly good that morning, clear and honest and sharp. The kind of light that doesn't hide anything. The rectangles were all there, all 5 of them, exactly where they'd been the day before. But the first one, the largest one, the bed-shaped one that I'd noticed that Tuesday in March, it had shifted. Not much. Maybe an inch to the right. Maybe half an inch. Enough that it looked slightly different against the room's proportions, against the way I'd learned to read that wall. I stood there for a very long time. I didn't call Sarah. I didn't take a new photo. I just stood there with my coffee going cold, tracing the edges of those rectangles with my eyes, trying to decide if I was certain about what I'd seen before, trying to measure the room in my memory and see if it matched what was in front of me now. The wall was very quiet. The whole room was quiet. Outside I could hear the neighborhood, a car passing, a bird insistent on something, the ordinary sounds of Saturday morning. But in the master bedroom, the only sound was my own breathing and the careful, patient silence of the walls themselves. I didn't check again the next day. I checked the day after and the day after that. Some of the rectangles stayed fixed. Some of them seemed to shift, not dramatically, never in ways I could be completely certain about, but enough to make me question whether I was measuring correctly, whether I was looking at the same spot, whether the light was playing tricks on how my eye perceived distance. The third rectangle, the small one that I'd thought was a nightstand, had definitely moved by the middle of May. It was lower than it had been, closer to the floorboard. And there was a new one, a very small one, barely noticeable, positioned near the corner where the wallpaper was still peeling. By June, I'd stopped trying to keep track. I'd stopped going into that room during the day. There was something about the afternoon light that made the rectangles too visible, too insistent. In the evenings, I kept the lights low, and the marks faded into the general aging of the wall. At night, with the lamp off, they disappeared almost entirely. But I knew they were there. I'd learned the shape of them, the way they related to each other, the way they made sense together in a pattern I couldn't quite understand. It was like a sentence in a language I almost spoke, something meant for me but written in vocabulary I'd never quite learned. It was on a Tuesday evening in the middle of June, 3 months exactly since I'd moved in, when I came into the bedroom and realized I didn't recognize the arrangement anymore. The rectangles weren't where I thought they were. Or maybe they were where they'd always been, and I'd been misremembering. Or maybe there were more of them than I'd noticed, small ones tucked into corners, behind the shadows, barely more than suggestions of something that had stood against the wall. I turned on every light in the room. I stood at different angles. I tried to map them out mentally, to create some kind of coherent picture, some kind of sense. But the more I looked, the more the wall seemed to shift and reorganize itself in my perception. The rectangles blurred. Some of them seemed to overlap now, or maybe they'd always overlapped and I just hadn't seen it. The one I'd thought was a bed and the one I'd thought was a chair seemed to occupy almost the same space. It was then, standing in that bright-lit bedroom at 7:15 on a Tuesday evening, that I realized something that should have been obvious much earlier. The marks weren't random. They weren't just the accumulated evidence of decades of furniture pressed against an old wall. They were arranged, positioned. They were trying to show me something. And they weren't finished yet. I started sleeping in the guest room that night. Not because I was frightened, at least, that's what I told myself, but because I wanted to see what would happen if I stopped looking at the wall for a while. A kind of experiment, a reset. The guest room was smaller, narrower, with windows that faced the side yard where the oak trees grew so dense that even at midday the light came through green and filtered. It smelled different, too, of closed air, of dust that had settled undisturbed for months. I opened a window and lay on top of the blankets, listening to the trees move against each other in the dark. I slept better than I had in weeks. On Wednesday morning, I told myself I was being irrational. The marks on the bedroom wall were nothing. Ghosts didn't exist. Walls didn't communicate. I was tired, and tired people interpreted patterns in meaningless data. My brain was doing what brains did, finding shapes in chaos, making narratives out of nothing. I made coffee. I sat at the kitchen table with the morning light coming through the east-facing windows, and I told myself that tonight I would sleep in my own bed. The real bed. The one in the room with the wall. That afternoon, I went back. The marks were exactly as I'd left them. The rectangles held their positions, indifferent to my absence. I stood in the doorway for a long time, just looking, letting my eyes adjust to the particular quality of afternoon light that made the marks so painfully visible. If anything, they seemed sharper today, more defined, as if the wall itself had become clearer about what it was trying to say. I forced myself to look away and went downstairs. But I couldn't stop thinking about them. All through the evening, as I moved through the other rooms of the house, I felt their presence like a pressure behind my eyes. I kept forgetting why I'd gone into the kitchen, or what I'd been about to do. My attention kept drifting back upstairs, to that wall, to those shapes that were waiting. At 9 o'clock, I went back to the guest room to sleep. Thursday was when I noticed the sound. I was in the kitchen, washing dishes from lunch, when I heard it, a soft, sustained scraping noise from somewhere above. Not exactly loud enough to be alarming, but persistent. The kind of sound that makes you stop what you're doing and tilt your head, listening. The kind of sound that makes you unsure if you actually heard it or if your brain manufactured it from the ambient noise of an old house settling. I listened for 5 minutes. Nothing. Then I went back to the dishes. 20 minutes later, it happened again. This time I traced it carefully as I climbed the stairs. It was coming from the bedroom. I knew it was. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the walls themselves, not from the radiator, not from pipes, something else, something that moved. I opened the bedroom door slowly. The room looked exactly as it always did. The wall was still there. The marks still visible in the afternoon light that was just beginning to slant toward evening. Nothing appeared to have changed. I walked to the wall and ran my hand across it, feeling the texture of the plaster, the slight variations in the paint. Decades of paint, I realized. Layers and layers of it, each coat settling over whatever had been beneath. The scraping had stopped. I stood in the bedroom for an hour, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. But I could feel something different in the air now, a kind of awareness, as if the room was paying attention to me in a way it hadn't before. I slept in the guest room again. On Friday morning, I almost convinced myself that I'd imagined the sound. Old houses made noise. That was normal. Wood expanded and contracted with temperature changes. Pipes vibrated. Wind moved through gaps in old window frames. Any of these things could have explained what I'd heard, and my mind, primed by the strange marks on the wall, had interpreted it as something sinister. But in the afternoon the sound came back. This time it was different. Not just a scraping, but a kind of dragging noise, as if something heavy was being pulled slowly across the floor. It lasted longer, too, nearly a minute of continuous, patient movement. And this time, it wasn't just in the bedroom. I heard it in the hallway, in what I thought was the linen closet, then fading, as if whatever was making the noise had moved deeper into the house, into the spaces between the walls themselves. I stood in the hallway with my hands pressed against the wall, feeling the vibrations that might or might not have been real. My heart was very steady. That surprised me. Saturday brought the smell. It was faint at first, only noticeable if I stood in a particular spot in the bedroom doorway, a kind of sour, stale odor, like old fabric that had absorbed decades of skin and breath and the slow decay of ordinary life. It wasn't unpleasant exactly. It was almost familiar, the way the smell of someone else's old house is familiar when you're a child visiting relatives. It was the smell of before, of other people, of time accumulating in the fibers of everything. I opened all the windows, but the smell didn't dissipate. It seemed to be part of the air itself. That night, I finally slept in my own bed. I told myself it was time to stop being afraid of a room. I was a rational person. I lived alone in a house, in a normal neighborhood, in the world as it actually was. There was nothing wrong with the bedroom. There was nothing trying to tell me anything. The wall was just a wall. I lay in the dark for a very long time before I fell asleep, facing away from the wall, listening to the silence. When I woke at 3 a.m, the smell was stronger. It wasn't sour anymore. It was sweeter, almost floral, like dried flowers that had been pressed between the pages of old books, like memory, if memory had a smell. I lay in the dark and tried to breathe through my mouth, but I could taste it then, a faint coating on my tongue, dry and ancient. And underneath it, so quiet I almost missed it, was the sound of something very deliberately not moving, the silence of held breath, the silence of something waiting just beyond where my eyes could reach, even in the dark. I got out of bed without turning on any lights. I walked to the wall in the darkness and stood before it, my hand extended but not quite touching the plaster. I could sense the marks even without seeing them. They were there. They had always been there. And now I understood something that should have been obvious from the very beginning. They weren't remnants of other people's lives overlaid on top of my own. They were a record, a history, a catalog of all the other arrangements that had been tried, all the other ways the room could be configured, all the other versions of the bedroom that had existed in this space, accumulated like sediment, like memory. And the sound, the smell, the subtle shifts in perception, they meant that something was still trying variations. Something was still arranging. Monday morning, I noticed that the rectangles on the wall had changed again. Not dramatically, but definitely, unmistakably altered. Smaller ones had appeared between the larger ones, fitting into the negative spaces like a puzzle slowly solving itself. Some of the old marks seemed to have faded slightly, as if they were being overwritten. I counted them carefully. There were more than there had been on Tuesday, much more. I stopped counting after I reached 47. The rectangles had become intricate by Wednesday, no longer simple outlines, but detailed traceries of corners and edges, some with faint internal divisions that suggested drawers or shelving. They covered almost the entire wall now, overlapping in places where multiple configurations had occupied the same space across different moments in the room's history. It was like looking at a palimpsest, a medieval manuscript where old text had been scraped away and written over again and again until the parchment grew soft and unstable beneath the weight of so many layers of intention. I should have called someone, a contractor, a priest, a doctor, someone qualified to witness and explain what was happening to my bedroom wall. But I didn't call anyone because I understood with a clarity that felt almost peaceful that there was no explaining this to another person. There are some experiences that exist entirely within their own geometry, that collapse the moment you try to translate them into speech. And besides, I was beginning to understand what the wall was trying to show me. It was a conversation, not in words, but in the language of arrangement, of spatial memory, of all the lives that had occupied this bedroom and left their impressions behind like photographs pressed too long against glass. Someone had stood in this room and arranged their bed against the north wall. Someone else had arranged it facing the window. Another person had pushed it into the corner opposite the closet, perhaps for intimacy, perhaps for privacy, perhaps out of simple superstition about how a person should sleep. And none of those arrangements had been satisfactory. None of them had been right. So they had been unmade, and tried again, and then again, and then again. Each configuration, a sentence in a very long and patient argument about what this space should be. And now it was my turn to be part of that conversation. By Friday, the marks on the wall had begun to glow faintly in certain light, not with phosphorescence or any quality that light gave to them, but with a kind of presence, as if they were catching and holding the illumination from the windows in a way that ordinary plaster could not. When I walked past during the afternoon, the late sun would catch them, and they would seem to shimmer, vibrating almost, as if they were etched not into the wall but into the air just beyond it, in a dimension that existed at a slightly different angle from the three I inhabited. The smell had changed character again. It was no longer the smell of old fabric or pressed flowers. Now it carried a mineral quality, something like chalk dust, like the interior of old buildings where plaster had been disturbed and the ancient grit beneath had been released into the atmosphere. It filled the bedroom completely. I no longer noticed it, the way you stop noticing the smell of your own home, but it was there, constant, a presence as much as an odor. I had rearranged my furniture 3 times since Wednesday. I wasn't doing it consciously. I would wake in the morning and find that things had shifted, not dramatically, but noticeably. The bed had been moved 6 inches to the left. The dresser had been rotated slightly. The reading chair, which I'd inherited with the house, had been repositioned to face a different corner. And each time I would lie in that new configuration and feel something like relief, like I had finally arrived at an arrangement that almost worked, that was almost correct, that was approaching some ideal that hovered just beyond my ability to perceive. And then I would wake the next morning and find it wasn't right after all. Something was still missing. The angle was still wrong. The proportions of the space were still imbalanced. Friday night, I stopped trying to reverse the changes. I stopped fighting the adjustments that seemed to happen while I slept. Instead, I began to deliberately rearrange things myself. Trying different configurations in the evening, testing them through the darkness, waking to see if they felt closer to whatever the wall was describing. Saturday morning I woke to find that I had rearranged the furniture again in my sleep. But this time I had also taken things apart. The bed frame had been partially disassembled. Several slats had been removed from underneath the mattress and leaned against the far wall. The drawers of the dresser had been pulled out and left open, standing like dark mouths that seemed to suggest a new way of thinking about the piece. Even the reading chair had been turned on its side, its legs extended toward the wall as if in gesture or supplication. I stood in the doorway and felt something like vertigo, though I was perfectly still. This had not been done in my sleep. I had done this. My hands had carried out these actions. My muscles had moved with purpose and intention, and yet I had no memory of making any of these decisions. It was as if I had been a passenger in my own body, watching from some distance as I broke down the familiar architecture of my own space. The smell was overwhelming now. Not unpleasant, but complete. A sensory experience so total that it seemed to occupy more space than the actual air. It was the smell of every bedroom that had ever existed in this particular room, compressed into a single olfactory moment. The smell of skin and sleep and the quiet surrender that comes at the end of each day. The smell of dreams being dreamed. The smell of time accumulating in the spaces where people had arranged their most private selves. I spent Saturday rearranging things again, reconstructing the bed, returning the dresser to something like its original form. But my hands felt uncertain, as if they were performing actions they didn't quite believe in. The furniture went back together, but it felt temporary, like a set decoration that would be struck the moment the audience left the theater. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the edge of the bed, which was now positioned facing the eastern wall, an arrangement I didn't remember choosing, and watched the wall in the darkness. The marks glowed faintly, barely perceptible, like the green numerals on a distant clock face. They seemed to pulse very slightly, as if they were breathing, as if the wall itself had become a living thing with its own respiration. Sunday brought clarity. It came in the form of a simple realization, the kind of understanding that arrives fully formed, without the work of reasoning or deduction. The rectangles on the wall were not a catalogue of previous arrangements. They were instructions. They were a template. They were showing me, with the patience of decades, the precise configuration of this room that would finally make it right. Not for anyone else, for this space itself. For whatever remained here of all those other lives and attempts and rearrangements, all that accumulated in tension pressing against the walls like water behind a dam. I had been trying to arrange the room to satisfy myself, to create a space that would feel comfortable and personal and mine. But I had been asking the wrong question the entire time. The question wasn't about my comfort. The question was about completion. The question was about finally achieving a configuration so perfect, so precise, so true to the geometry of desire and need and the settled laws that governed how human beings should arrange their rest, that it would satisfy whatever was still waiting here. It would close something that had been open for too long. It would answer a question that had been asked in this room again and again and again across decades or perhaps centuries. It would be finished. I began to move through the room in the darkness, my hands knowing where things should go, my body remembering configurations I had never consciously learned. The furniture seemed lighter than before, as if I had already moved it so many times across the previous nights and days that it had become almost incorporeal, almost eager to be placed. The bed went to the northwest corner, positioned at a precise angle to the door. The dresser faced the opposite wall, exactly aligned with where the afternoon light would fall. The chair went to the foot of the bed, angled slightly inward as if it were watching over sleep. Small things found their places, a lamp on the nightstand, books arranged with careful spacing, the rug unrolled and positioned with mathematical precision. By the time Sunday morning light began to filter through the windows, the room had transformed. It was no longer my bedroom. It was no longer anyone's bedroom. It was something else entirely, a space that had finally achieved its intended configuration, a room that was no longer asking questions but providing answers. And as the light grew stronger, I saw that the rectangles on the wall had stopped changing. They had achieved definition and clarity I hadn't seen before. They were no longer abstract outlines, but detailed portraits of exactly what I had just created. The wall was no longer suggesting. It was confirming. I stood in the center of the room and felt the air around me settle into absolute stillness. The smell had changed once more. Now it was the smell of closure, of completion, of something finally fitting into the space that had always been waiting for it. I walked to the wall and placed my palm flat against the plaster. It was warm, almost feverish. Beneath the surface, I could feel something like a pulse, something that might have been the house's own heartbeat, or might have been the accumulated breath of everyone who had ever tried to arrange this room correctly. The marks on the wall faded slowly as the morning light grew stronger, not disappearing, but receding, like something that had finally put down a burden it had been carrying for far too long. I had not slept since Saturday morning, but I was not tired. I moved to the bed in its new position and lay down, and for the first time since I had moved into the house, I understood why I had been brought here. Not by choice, not by any decision I had consciously made, but by something deeper, by the simple gravity of a space that had been waiting for someone, anyone, to finally finish the work that had begun so long ago. The ceiling above me showed nothing but ordinary plaster and the ordinary geometry of home. Except it didn't. When I turned my head slightly, the light caught it at an angle that revealed the faintest of markings there as well. Outlines, suggestions, a catalog of every configuration that had ever existed above this particular bed, waiting across all the other nights, all the other sleepers, all the other attempts. And I understood, with a kind of calm acceptance that felt almost like relief, that the conversation was not over. The wall had only been the first language in a much longer discussion. There were other rooms in the house, other surfaces waiting to be read, other arrangements yet to be tried. The house itself had been teaching me, slowly and patiently, and I was only now beginning to understand what it had been trying to say. There was so much more work left to do. I left the bedroom on Sunday morning without closing the door behind me. This felt important, though I couldn't articulate why. The house seemed to prefer thresholds left open, passages left available. Closing doors now felt like an act of defiance, and I was no longer in a position to defy anything. The hallway was unchanged. The stairs descended in their ordinary way. The kitchen remained exactly as it had been, appliances in their standard positions, the sink still bearing the faint mineral stains of the previous owner's hard water. Everything else appeared unmoved, untouched, exactly as it should be. And yet the house felt different around me, lighter, perhaps, or heavier. The distinction had become difficult to locate. I made coffee. The routine of it, measuring grounds, running water, the mechanical ritual, seemed almost absurd in the context of what I had spent the last 36 hours doing, but my hands moved through the motions anyway. The body knows what it needs, independent of what the mind understands. I sat at the kitchen table and drank the coffee without tasting it, watching the light move across the countertop in its ordinary progression. By afternoon, I had showered and changed clothes. I had cleared away the boxes I had left scattered on Sunday, or was it Saturday? Time had become oddly compressed, the hours bleeding together in a way that made sequential counting difficult. I folded the boxes flat and stacked them in the garage. I vacuumed the hallway and the living room. I did laundry. All of this with a kind of distant attention, as if I were watching someone else perform these tasks. But they needed to be done, and doing them felt safe. The normalcy was a kind of lie, though not an unkind one. It was the lie we tell ourselves when we need the world to continue functioning. It's Monday now, or perhaps Tuesday. I work remotely, and my job has continued without interruption. Emails answered, documents reviewed, conference calls conducted with a voice that sounded like my own voice, though I couldn't quite recognize it. My colleagues asked nothing unusual, or perhaps they did and I simply didn't hear them. The audio felt like it was traveling through water. By midweek, I had not returned to the bedroom. The door remained open, and the room existed in my awareness the way a wound exists, something you're conscious of without needing to examine. The knowledge of it was enough. I used the bathroom upstairs, but I angled my body through the hallway in such a way that I wouldn't need to glance inside as I passed. This became a practiced movement, a small ritual of avoidance that I performed with increasing efficiency. Thursday night, I finally forced myself to walk into the room. The furniture was exactly where I had arranged it. The bed aligned with the rectangles I had seen on the wall, the chair angled precisely toward sleep, the lamp throwing the same light at the same angles. Everything in its place, everything correct, but the wall itself was blank now, completely blank, as if the entire surface had been sanded clean. The morning light had faded those marks, yes, but I had expected some faint trace to remain. There was nothing. Just ordinary the bedroom wall that shows the outline of furniture from lives before mine additional middle section the wall became something I studied like a text written in a language I almost understood. I would lie in bed for hours without sleeping, my eyes tracing the pale rectangles and shadows, while the house settled around me with its particular groans and sighs. The kind of sounds old wood makes when it's releasing the day's heat, when the temperature drops and everything contracts just slightly. Those sounds had a rhythm to them, a syntax. I learned to distinguish between the settling of floorboards 2 rooms away and the expansion of copper pipes in the walls, between the shift of joists and the occasional scratch of something small moving through the spaces between my walls and the walls beyond. The outline of the bed was the most persistent. It dominated the upper portion of the wall, a pale shadow approximately the shape of a queen frame, perhaps slightly larger. The edges weren't sharp. They faded gradually, as though the memory of the bed's presence was dissolving even as I watched it. I tried to measure it once. I had a cloth measuring tape I'd used for curtains years ago and stood on my bed at different hours trying to map the exact dimensions. What I found was that the outline seemed to shift minutely, depending on the angle of light and the time of day. In the morning, when sunlight came through at a low angle from the east-facing windows, it appeared wider. By afternoon, when light fell more directly onto the wall, it seemed to compress slightly, the edges becoming less distinct. I began to wonder if I was actually seeing it at all, or if I was tracing the patterns my mind had decided must be there. The silence in that room was a particular kind of silence, not peaceful, not the quiet of an unoccupied space. It was the silence of a room that is occupied by something that does not move, does not breathe in any way I could hear, does not disturb the air. I would sit on the floor with my back against the opposite wall, and the silence would press against me from all sides. It had weight. It had presence. I became aware of my own breathing as though it were an intrusion, something I should apologize for. When I held my breath, the silence deepened and took on a quality that made my chest tighten. I never held my breath for long. The color of the wall itself had changed, or perhaps it had always been that color, and I was only now learning to see it properly. It was not the cream color I had painted it when I first moved in. That paint had been deliberately chosen, something close to white, but not quite, with the slightest warm undertone that had looked promising in the sample card. The wall was now something else. In certain lights it appeared almost gray. In others it held a faint quality like old skin, like something that had aged beyond its intended lifespan. There were places where the paint seemed to have developed a texture, a very slight roughness that I could feel if I pressed my palm against it. I did this sometimes, standing in the darkness before bed, one hand flat against the wall, feeling the subtle variations in the surface. The wall was neither warm nor cold. It was neutral in temperature, which somehow made it worse. Around the outlines themselves, the wall seemed different in character, not just visually, but to the touch. The paint in those areas had a faintly different quality, something between rough and smooth, like the finish had been altered by something that no chemical analysis could identify. I brought a magnifying glass I'd found in one of the drawers, hoping to see something concrete. What I saw was only more ordinary plaster and paint, regular and unremarkable, which somehow made the phenomenon more troubling. There was nothing visible that could account for what I was seeing with my naked eye. I began to notice secondary patterns, smaller outlines, ghosts of chairs perhaps, or dressers. There was a narrow, vertical rectangle near what I assumed would be a corner, the kind of space where a mirror might hang, or a standing frame. There were shapes that might have been shelves, though they were so faint that I questioned whether they existed at all or whether I was projecting them into the grain of the plaster. The mind is desperate to make patterns. It will find them everywhere if given permission. I tried not to give it that permission, but the effort of not looking was nearly as exhausting as looking itself. The air in the room had a particular quality that intensified as evening approached. It wasn't cold in any measurable way. I had brought in a thermometer and documented the temperature throughout days and found nothing anomalous, but it developed a density, a thickness. By the time darkness fell completely, it felt as though I was breathing something slightly heavier than ordinary air, something that required more effort to draw into my lungs. It was not unpleasant exactly. It was the way air in a crowded room sometimes feels when everyone has been breathing the same recycled atmosphere for hours. The quality of presence. I found myself spending more time in that room than I spent in the rest of the house combined. My work was in the second bedroom, which I had set up with a desk and monitor and all the apparatus of my remote employment. But I spent only as long there as necessary. Everything in me wanted to be in the room with the wall, in the presence of those pale outlines, studying them the way a scholar studies a manuscript that might contain crucial information if only the language could be properly decoded. At night, with all the lights off, the wall would seem to glow faintly, not with actual phosphorescence. I tested this by wearing my phone's light meter app for several nights, and found nothing to account for it, but with a quality of brightness that my eyes perceived even when no light was present. It was as though the wall itself had absorbed daylight and was releasing it gradually into the darkness. This was where I would sit, usually after midnight. my eyes adjusting to the absence of visible light, while something in my vision persisted in showing me the subtle landscape of the wall, the topography of what used to be there. The house around me seemed to accommodate this activity without protest. It was an old house, one built in the early 1920s, and it had the patient quality of structures that have stood longer than any individual occupant. The floorboards beneath me were worn smooth in certain paths, a trace of traffic patterns from decades of footsteps. The walls themselves were plaster over lath, and I could hear the slight whisper of wind moving through the spaces between the inner and outer walls on cold nights. This whisper was constant, almost meditative. It suggested that the house was alive in some minimal way, breathing with the cycle of temperatures, speaking in a language of pressure and release. The window in the room was old, the glass warped slightly, and the wooden frame painted over so many times that the grain was completely obscured. I would sometimes stand at this window and look out at the neighborhood. Ordinary houses, ordinary trees, people moving through their ordinary evenings unaware of anything unusual. The view was the same as the view from any other old house in the area. Nothing in the world outside this window reflected anything of what was happening within these walls. This disconnect was, in a strange way, the most unsettling aspect of all. The world outside was moving forward, indifferent and rational. Inside, I was cataloging shadows that had no source, studying the remnants of lives layered into the very structure of the walls. I had begun to develop a routine. Each evening I would prepare myself, changing into clean clothes, eating something light, clearing my mind of the day's obligations. Then I would enter the room and spend the hours until I either fell asleep or the sun rose, simply being present in that space. I would sit on the floor or lie on the bed I had brought from the other room, or sometimes stand facing the wall, my hands at my sides, barely breathing. I was not investigating. I was not gathering evidence. I was simply allowing myself to exist in the same space as whatever presence the wall contained. This seemed important. This seemed like the beginning of something that required my full attention and patience. Plaster, ordinary paint, ordinary wall. I should have felt relief at this. Instead, I felt the absence of the marks as a kind of pain. I stood in the center of the room for a long time, examining each surface. The ceiling was unmarked. The other walls held no suggestions, no outlines, no evidence of the endless configurations that had existed before. It was as though the room had finished its work and had no further need for communication. The conversation had ended. The language had been put away. But something remained. Not visible, I've examined every inch of plaster, every joint of molding, every corner where shadow collects. It's not something I can see. It's something I can feel, the same way you can feel when someone is watching you. When a presence has arranged itself in the space behind your eyes. It's in the air of the room, in the way the temperature settles, in the quality of silence. I slept in the bed that night. Not well. I've learned that sleep is no longer a reliable state for me, but I lay there until morning, feeling the configuration around me. The furniture holding its position, the room holding its breath, the house holding its satisfaction. Since then, I've moved carefully through the rest of the house. The living room walls remain unmarked. The kitchen is ordinary. The hallway is simply a hallway. But I find myself studying them anyway, waiting for language to emerge, waiting for the first suggestion of what comes next. The bedroom was the introduction, I think, the opening paragraph of a much longer narrative. And the house is patient. The house has never been in a hurry. Yesterday, I noticed something small. The living room has a fireplace I haven't used, a hearth still holding ashes from previous occupants. The mantel above it is wide and deep, made of dark wood that's absorbed decades of dust. As the afternoon light came through the western window, I saw something on that mantel, not marks exactly, but an arrangement. The ashes had settled into a pattern. The dust had distributed itself in a particular way, and for just a moment, as the light hit at the correct angle, it resembled a shape, a configuration, a suggestion. I cleaned it immediately, moving the dust away, restoring it to randomness. But I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know what the mantel was trying to show me. Tonight, I'm going to sit in that living room and wait for the light to return at the same angle. And this time, I think I'll let the dust settle into whatever pattern it wants. The room knows its own language better than I do. And I'm beginning to understand that the conversation, the real one, the fundamental one, has only just begun. The bedroom was simply the house asking, "Do you understand yet?" And now, with the ashes on the mantel beginning their slow rearrangement, I think perhaps it's asking the question again, in a slightly different tongue, waiting to see if I'm still listening, waiting to see if I ever learned how to stop. Story 5. I keep finding my name in the guest registry of the abandoned inn. I didn't want to move back here. That was the first thought that came to me the moment I learned about the inheritance. Not gratitude, not curiosity, but a kind of dull resistance that lodged somewhere behind my ribs and never quite left. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. My distant cousin had died, someone I'd never met, someone whose name I'd heard maybe twice in childhood before the subject changed. She'd owned a property. She'd left it to me. There was a lawyer's number. Everything was very official and very final. I should have sold it immediately. That would have been the sensible thing. Listed as is, let some developer or preservation society handle the complications. But I'd driven out here on a Saturday afternoon in April just to see what I'd inherited, and something about the place had stuck its hooks into me in a way I didn't expect, and couldn't quite explain. The Crescent Inn sits 3 miles outside the nearest town. Where Route 7 curves through territory that's been rural so long, it's almost forgotten what development looks like. There's a state forest to the north, farmland to the west, and not much of anything to the east except trees and the sound of wind moving through them. The building itself is set back from the road by a long gravel drive lined with birches, their bark like old bone, their branches still bare and articulate in that particular way of early spring. The inn was built in 1923. I learned this from the lawyer's packet, which included a 3-page history of the property, written, I suspect, to justify whatever asking price they'd been entertaining before they figured out that nobody was going to ask. Apparently, it had been a destination once, fashionable, exclusive, the kind of place where people went to disappear for a weekend or a season, back when the road was newer and the concept of getting away meant something different. It had a dining room, a ballroom, 23 guest rooms across 3 floors, and a reputation for discretion. That reputation had outlived its usefulness by about 60 years. The main structure is a substantial 4-story Federal Revival building with a central tower painted white once, now the color of old bone left in the sun. The windows on the 1st and 2nd floors are boarded with plywood, secured with bolts that looked relatively fresh. Someone had made an effort to seal it properly, at least. The 3rd floor has bare, dark glass. The 4th floor windows reflect nothing. They're too thick with grime and dust and whatever else settles on abandoned things. The roof is buckled in places, and there's ivy on the eastern corner that's thick enough to have begun dismantling the mortar. I parked my car on the gravel loop in front and sat for a while before getting out. There was no wind that day, and no sound except the occasional vehicle passing on the distant highway. The quiet was the kind that makes you aware of your own breathing. The keys worked in the front door. All 4 of them did. In sequence, deadbolt, key lock, another deadbolt, and a chain that clicked open with a brittle sound, like something small breaking. The door was heavy and dark wood, peeling at its edges, and it swung inward with the kind of creak that belongs entirely to houses that haven't been opened in a very long time. The lobby was exactly what I expected, a grand room, high ceilinged, with columns that rose into shadow and walls papered in something that might have once been elegant and was now the color of old mustard. The paper was peeling in long strips, especially near the windows where moisture had found its way in. There was dust so thick on the surfaces that it had begun to look like a second skin, and the air was the particular cool and stale air of enclosed spaces. Not quite unpleasant, but not right either. Not breathable in the way air should be. The main staircase was the centerpiece. It curved up from the center of the lobby in 2 sweeping arcs, meeting at a landing before ascending further, and it was extraordinary even in its decay. The wood was dark walnut, or had been, and the banister still held a grace in its lines that no amount of rot could entirely erase. But rot there was. The risers were soft in places, and some of the balusters had collapsed entirely, leaving gaps in the railing like missing teeth. I'd come here to see what I'd inherited. The lawyer's packet had included a suggestion that I should probably have the property inspected before deciding what to do with it. But I wasn't there for inspection. I wasn't there for any practical reason I could put into words. I was there because something in me wanted to understand why this place had been left to me. to a person my distant cousin had never known, a person who'd never had any connection to this place or her. That was still the story I was telling myself anyway. I spent that first visit walking through the ground floor, noting the state of things. The dining room was vast and dim, with long tables still present, still set with the architecture of place settings, water glasses upside down, the shadows of silverware long since removed. The kitchen was industrial, built for feeding crowds, its equipment like the bones of some enormous animal. The ballroom was a hollow cathedral of parquet that had warped and buckled in places, creating a landscape of gentle hills and valleys across the floor. Everywhere there were small details of abandonment, a place card, still holding a name I didn't recognize, a window latch hanging open, a section of wallpaper that had come away entirely, revealing the plaster beneath, which was green with mold in a pattern that looked almost deliberate. A jacket button, small and white and conspicuously modern, lying on a shelf where it could never have been left naturally. I photographed things. For the lawyer, for my own records, I said. I was documenting the property. It seemed like the kind of thing a responsible heir would do. But what I was really doing was stalling. The office was on the ground floor, past the front desk, down a narrow hallway. There was still a sign outside it, the paint faded but legible, manager. The door was unlocked. Inside the light was poor, the room's only window was boarded, and I had to use my phone's flashlight to see anything at all. The office was small and paneled in dark wood, and it smelled like paper and something else I couldn't quite identify. Not mold exactly, something older. The furniture was still there, a desk, filing cabinets, a chair behind the desk that was upholstered in cracked leather. Behind the desk, bookshelves held ledgers and papers, and a calendar on the wall was still turned to August 1994, nearly 30 years in the past. I wasn't looking for anything specific. I was just looking. That's what I told myself. The desk had drawers. The top one was stuck, but the second one opened with a sound like a small animal protesting. Inside was a collection of objects, several pens, some paper clips, a key with a tag that said 218, a few loose coins, and something larger bound in dark leather. I pulled it out carefully. It was a book, though not one I recognized. Heavy, expensive leather binding, the kind that suggested something important. The pages were edged in gold, also nearly gone now, worn to brown at the corners. There was no title on the spine. I opened it, my thumb finding the edge, and I saw immediately that it was a registry. The header on the first page, printed in what must have been 1923, read, Guest Register. What follows was handwriting, row upon row of it, in the careful script that guests used to employ when entering information into formal documents. Names, dates, signatures. Some dates had durations, 3 nights, a week, extended stay. Some had notations I couldn't quite read, abbreviations or personal codes that the management had used to keep track of something. I should have just browsed through it, noted that it was an interesting historical artifact, and put it back. A responsible person would have done that, would have noted it for the lawyer, perhaps, as an item of potential value to a collector. Instead, I flipped to a page roughly in the middle and began reading random entries. 1975, 1978, 1981. The handwriting varied from entry to entry, as handwriting should in a guest registry kept for 50 years. Some entries were neat, some were hasty, some were barely legible. Some names were written with flourish, others with simple efficiency. I was about to close it. I was aware even then that there was something voyeuristic about reading other people's names, other people's histories inscribed in a book that was not meant for me, when something caught my eye. Further back, 1987, a name written in handwriting that made me stop moving. Morgan, just the one word. No last name. No duration noted. The date beside it was very specific. My birth date. I didn't close the book immediately. Instead, I stood there in the dark of that office, the beam of my phone's flashlight illuminating the page, and I waited for my breathing to slow back down to something reasonable. There were probably 100 Morgans in the world, probably more. It was a coincidence, a simple, explicable coincidence. My cousin had been unusual. Perhaps she'd taken an interest in me as a baby, had visited, had registered here as a guest. That would explain it. That would make sense. Except the handwriting. The handwriting was mine. Not similar to mine, not close, not in the style of, it was mine. The specific way I looped my capital M, the particular slant, the slight inconsistency where I sometimes dotted my I's slightly to the right. I've written my own name thousands of times, and I knew that handwriting the way you know your own face. It was not a stranger's hand that had written this entry. It was mine. I turned the pages forward. 1988, 1989, nothing. 1990, 1991, 1992, nothing. And then on a page dated 1994, there it was again. Morgan, 1994, 4 years after the first entry. Dated very specifically again. Another date I knew. The day my parents brought me home from my grandmother's house after she'd had a minor surgical procedure. A day I didn't remember, obviously, but a day I knew well because it was noted in my baby book. One of those occasions that was recorded because it seemed like the kind of thing that mattered. The handwriting was identical to the first entry. I closed the book. My hands were shaking in a way I found embarrassing, even though I was alone. I set the book back in the drawer exactly as I'd found it, and closed the drawer, and I sat down in the leather chair behind the desk and didn't move for a while. Coincidence, I kept thinking. There was a logical explanation. There had to be. I was a practical person, a skeptical person. I worked in data analysis. I didn't believe in the supernatural. I believed in explanations, patterns, causation, something explicable, but I couldn't think of any explanation that fit. I decided to stay the night. Not because the book had unsettled me. I was still telling myself it was just a coincidence. But because I'd driven 3 hours to get here, and it seemed wasteful to turn around and leave without staying at least one night in the place I'd apparently inherited. There was a motel in the town, or I could sleep in my car, but neither of those options seemed quite right. The inn had beds. They were probably terrible, but they were there. The staff quarters were in the basement. The lawyer's information had noted. But the second floor was where the guest rooms were. And some of those, at least, should still be habitable. Should be. I climbed the main staircase carefully, testing each step before I put my full weight on it. The rot seemed localized, mostly in the lower risers. By the time I reached the landing, I was breathing more easily. The second-floor hallway stretched out before me in both directions, lined with numbered doors, carpeted with something that had once been plush and was now matted down and vaguely damp-smelling. I chose a room at random, 214, because the number appealed to me and seemed like the kind of thing that shouldn't matter but does. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open and was greeted with the sight of a room that had been frozen in time, essentially untouched since the hotel's closure. A bed with a thin mattress, still made, still holding the shape of guest imprints that had settled and hardened over decades. A small writing desk, empty except for a thin layer of dust. A wardrobe. A bathroom with fixtures from the 50s or 60s. Windows boarded from the outside, but light seeping in around the edges. I sat on the bed. It held my weight. It was uncomfortable in a way that suggested it had always been uncomfortable, even when it was new. The afternoon was moving into evening. I hadn't eaten, but I wasn't hungry. The book downstairs was still in the drawer, still containing what it contained, which I had decided was something I could think about logically in the morning, when I'd had some sleep and could approach the situation from a rational perspective. I lay back on the bed, not under the sheets, which I couldn't make myself touch, and I looked at the ceiling. There was water staining in one corner. The plaster was peeling. Something small rustled in the walls, the normal sound of an old house settling into evening. I didn't sleep well. I dozed, mostly my mind cycling through the same thoughts in different orders. Coincidence, practical explanations. The reasonable assumption that I was being influenced by the atmosphere of the place, by the emptiness and age of it, by the natural human tendency to find patterns even when no patterns existed. In the morning, I drove back to the city. I told myself I was going back to work, to my apartment, to my normal life. I told myself I would sort through the legal paperwork properly and make a decision about the property in a calm and rational manner. What I actually did was spend the next 3 weeks thinking about that book and researching ways to explain it before I drove back out, alone, with the idea that I was simply going to do a more thorough cataloging of the property for the purposes of insurance and inheritance documentation. That was what I told myself. But what I was actually doing was going back to read the book more carefully and to find out what it might say about the years after 2003. That was when things started to become much more difficult to explain away. The drive back took 4 hours. I'd packed differently this time, clothes for several days, a notebook, a flashlight, even though the house had electricity. I told myself these were practical preparations. They felt like something else. The property looked the same in the late afternoon light, which should have been reassuring. It wasn't. The house seemed to have settled into itself more completely, as if it had been waiting. I parked in the gravel drive and sat in the car for a few minutes before getting out. Inside, the air was the same stale, undisturbed air I remembered. Dust motes hung in the light from the windows. Everything was exactly as I'd left it 3 weeks ago. The furniture in the same positions, the curtains drawn in the same rooms. The sense of time having stopped at some point and never started again. I went directly to the office, to the desk where I'd found the book. It was still there, the leather cover dark and worn, the pages yellowed. I opened it carefully, feeling something like trespass, and turned to where I'd stopped before. The entries after 2003 were in different handwriting. Not dramatically different, the same careful script, the same precise dates, but there was a subtle change in the pressure of the pen, in the spacing. Like the same person aging slightly, their hand becoming less steady. Or like someone learning to imitate another person's writing and improving with practice. June 15th, 2004. 2 guests from the capital. They stayed 3 nights. They were pleasant enough. The woman asked about the history of the house. I told her what I knew. She seemed disappointed that I didn't know more. August 3rd, 2004. A family. 4 people. The children were quiet. The parents argued in their room at night, not loudly, but I could hear it through the walls. They left a day early. They said they had to return for something. They left in the morning before I'd made breakfast. The entries continued. I skipped ahead, looking for my own name, but it wasn't there yet. Just a series of small moments. A guest who requested a different room. A family who said the house made them uncomfortable. A woman who seemed to be hiding from something, though the narrator never specified what. All of them ordinary. All of them the kind of thing that would happen in any old house that took in visitors. But there was something in the tone that began to change as the years progressed. The initial observations, what the guests ordered for breakfast, what they talked about in the common rooms became more sparse. The later entries were shorter, more focused, less about hospitality and more about observation. March 12th, 2007, a man came alone. He said his name was Jordan. He stayed for 2 weeks, the longest anyone had stayed in years. He said he was writing something. I saw him in the library with notebooks, writing for hours. He didn't seem to notice when I came into the room, or if he did, he didn't acknowledge it. On his last night, he asked me if I believed in places that changed people. I didn't know how to answer. He left in the morning without eating breakfast. I closed the book. My hands were steady, but my breathing had changed. I told myself that people had probably written about their experiences here over the years. It was a place with a history. Of course, someone had documented things. There was nothing unusual about that, nothing that required explanation beyond coincidence. but I knew what I'd read the first time I opened the book. I knew my name had been in there. I had seen it, clear and undeniable, as if someone had written about my arrival before I'd even come. The light was fading. I took the book upstairs to the bedroom I'd occupied last time and turned on the bedside lamp. The bulb was weak, casting everything in a yellow, insufficient glow. I opened the book again and went back through the entries more methodically, trying to find the page, the date, the entry with my name. It took me 40 minutes of careful searching. When I found it, it was dated 6 months before I'd first inherited the property, before I'd even known this place existed. November 2nd, 2022, a visitor is coming. I don't know their name yet, but I know they're coming. I can feel it the way I can feel when a storm is approaching, a pressure in the air, a change in the quality of light. They will arrive on a day when the weather is uncertain. They will be alone. They will sleep in the smaller bedroom on the second floor. They will feel watched, though no one will be watching them. They will read this book and begin to understand that something in this house knows things before they happen. I stopped reading. My throat had tightened. I could feel my pulse in my neck, that immediate physical response that no amount of rationalization could suppress. This was impossible. This was a prank. This was a coincidence so elaborate that it had to be intentional. Someone had written this after I'd arrived, but I'd seen it before. No, I was misremembering. I must be misremembering. 3 weeks was enough time to distort memory, to confuse the order of things, to impose pattern onto random data. I stood up and walked to the window. The boarding on the outside meant I could only see the edges of the trees beyond, silhouettes in the failing light. The sun was nearly gone. I could hear the house settling around me, the groan of the floorboards, the tick of cooling pipes, the kind of ambient sound any old structure made as the temperature dropped with the evening. But underneath it, I heard something else, a sound that might have been footsteps, or might have been the shift of furniture, or might have been nothing at all. Something moving in the walls or behind the plaster or in one of the other rooms I wasn't currently occupying. I told myself it was the house. I told myself old houses were full of sounds. I told myself this was normal. What I didn't tell myself, what I couldn't let myself think too directly about, was that whoever had written in that book had known I was coming before I knew it myself, had known which room I would sleep in, had known that I would feel watched, and had seemed entirely unsurprised by any of it. I went downstairs and made myself eat something from the supplies I'd brought. The kitchen felt too large, too empty. I ate standing at the counter, not wanting to sit at the table. When I finished, I locked myself in the bedroom and tried to sleep, with the lights on and the door secured. The sleep that came was shallow and fragmented. I woke several times with the conviction that something had changed in the room, though nothing seemed different. The second time I woke, I was certain I heard breathing that wasn't my own, a slow, measured sound coming from somewhere near the wardrobe, but when I turned on the second lamp, there was nothing visible. Just the wardrobe, the furniture, the shadows that every room contained. By morning, I had almost convinced myself that I'd dreamed it. Almost the third day I was there, I found something new. I'd gone back to the office to continue through the book more systematically, this time making notes on what I found. The idea was to create a kind of timeline, to understand the context of these entries, to see if there was some pattern that made sense. I was still trying to solve it logically, still refusing to accept what the evidence seemed to be suggesting. I was sitting at the desk, the book open in front of me, when I noticed something odd about the bottom drawer. It had a slightly different color around the edges, as if it had been opened more recently than the others. The wood was less dusty. When I pulled it open, I found a small notebook, handmade, with pages that looked like they'd been stitched together by hand, and covers that were some kind of parchment or treated leather. The handwriting inside was the same careful script as in the larger book. But these entries were different. These were not records of guests. These were observations, personal notes, a kind of journal. The house is patient. I have learned this. I came here thinking I was choosing to stay. I see now that the house was choosing for me. It collects people. Some come once. Some, like me, understand that they cannot leave. Others will come in years I cannot yet predict, drawn by the weight of their own inevitable failures, their small, desperate hopes that somewhere, somehow, a place might take them in and explain why their lives have become what they are. The worst part, or perhaps the best part, is that the house answers. Not in words, not in anything so crude, but in the acknowledgement, in the simple, overwhelming presence of something that says, yes, this is as wrong as you have always suspected. Yes, you were right to be afraid. Yes, this matters. The entry was undated. I flipped through more pages, looking for any kind of sequence, but they seemed random, some entries pages apart, others directly following one another. All of them in that same careful hand, all of them describing the house as if it were conscious, as if it were aware. I think there will be others after me. I think the house preserves us. Not physically, not exactly, but it remembers. Every person who has been held here long enough to understand, the house remembers them. And when others come, when other frightened, lost people arrive looking for shelter, the house shows them what we discovered. That we are never really alone, that something here sees us, that something here knew we would come before we came. I closed the notebook. My hands were shaking slightly, which was absurd. This was still just writing, just the paranoid ravings of someone who had lived alone in an old house too long. The person who had written this was clearly unwell, clearly obsessed, clearly someone whose isolation had warped their thinking into something unreliable and strange. But I'd read what I'd read in the larger book. I had definite, clear memories of opening it that first time and seeing my name, seeing the date, seeing someone document my arrival before it happened. Unless I was misremembering. Unless that part of it was the pattern making. And everything else I was finding now was real, and the coincidence was simply that I was the kind of person who was susceptible to this kind of thinking? Who would come to an old house and find confirmation in every shadow, in every shifted piece of furniture, in every sound that the night made? I put the notebook back in the drawer and closed it. Then I opened it again and took the notebook out, planning to search it more carefully for any mention of my name, any evidence that someone had written about me specifically. It was then that I noticed the most recent entry. It was on the last page with writing, in ink that looked darker and fresher than some of the others. The date was 2 days ago, 2 days before I had arrived. They are coming back. I can feel it. The pull of them, the gravity they exert on the house, the way the air changes when someone who understands is about to arrive. It has been years, but I remember this feeling. I remember being where they are now, thinking the thoughts they're thinking, believing that they could still leave, that this was still just a choice. Welcome back, Sam. I've been waiting for you. I read it 4 times, certain with each reading that I was misreading it, that I was misunderstanding what the letters said. But the name was clear. The handwriting was clear. The implication was undeniable. Someone in this house knew not just my name, but that I had been here before. Someone had been expecting me. Someone had written this before I arrived, had been waiting for me, had known that I would come back. I sat very still at the desk. The room was quiet except for the sound of my breathing, which had become too loud, too fast. Outside, the afternoon light was starting to turn that particular shade of amber that comes just before sunset. In a few hours, it would be dark. The house would settle into the night sounds again, the creaks, the shifts, the small rustlings that could be anything. I needed to leave. I needed to lock the house and drive back to the city and never return. I needed to call someone, a lawyer, a realtor, anyone, and tell them that the property was not worth whatever legal complications that would cause. There were places that were not meant to be inherited, places that could not be explained away or rationalized or made safe through documentation and daylight. But I didn't leave. Instead, I sat there until the light began to fade, holding the notebook, reading the entries over and over, trying to find some explanation that made sense, trying to find some way to believe that I was still in control of what was happening. By the time I finally stood up, the house had gone dark around me, and I was no longer entirely sure that I had ever truly left. I carried the notebook down the stairs in the dark, my hand trailing the banister because I couldn't bring myself to turn on a light. The house seemed to hold its breath around me. Or perhaps I was the one holding mine. The kitchen was the same as it had been that morning, the same worn counters, the same cabinet doors that hung slightly open as if someone had just finished looking for something and forgotten to close them. I set the notebook on the table and stood in the center of the room, trying to think of what to do next, trying to think like a rational person would, like someone who had control. The rational thing would be to search the house systematically. If someone had written about me before I arrived, that person might still be here. Or they might have left evidence of where they had gone. Papers, photographs, anything that would explain how this was possible. Anything that would prove I was not losing my grasp on what was real. But as I stood there in the gathering dark, I realized I already knew what the rational search would find. Because I had lived in this house before. I had walked these rooms before. And some part of me, the part that existed in pattern and instinct, the part that I had been trying to convince was unreliable, knew exactly where to look. The basement door was behind the pantry, narrow and swollen with age. The kind of door that looked like it might lead anywhere, to anything. I had always hated basements. They were places where the past accumulated in the actual space, where objects that had been discarded gathered like the thoughts of the house. Sediment of decisions made and then forgotten. I opened the door. The air that came up was cold and carried the particular smell of old stone and standing water. I found the light switch, still in the same place as I remembered, and a single bulb flickered on above the stairs, casting everything below in a yellowish, insufficient glow. I descended slowly. Each step creaked under my weight, as if the house was taking note of my descent, as if this was something it had been anticipating. At the bottom, the basement opened into a wider space than the footprint of the house above would suggest. This was something I hadn't thought about until I saw it again. The way the space seemed to extend, to have room for more than should logically fit. The way it felt like there were areas that existed outside the normal boundaries of the structure. There were boxes down here, many of them, stacked along one wall, labeled in that same careful handwriting I had seen in the notebook. Guest records, 1987-1991. Guest records, 1992-1996. Guest records, 1997-2002. The dates stretched back across the wall in a meticulous chronicle. But it was the box at the end of the line that made me stop walking. It had my name on it. Not a date range, just Sam. My hand shook as I pulled it down. Inside were pages, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. Each one was covered in the same handwriting. Each one had a date, and on each date was an entry about something I had done. Not vague things, specific things, small moments from my life. The morning I had decided not to call my father. The afternoon I had caught myself smiling at something I had seen on the street and then immediately felt ashamed of the smile. The night I had lain awake and realized that I didn't recognize my own life anymore. These were not grand moments. They were not significant events. They were the texture of my days, the small private thoughts that constituted the actual substance of being alive. And someone had been documenting them, recording them, building a portrait of me that was more detailed than any biography, any diary, any account I could give myself. The dates were recent. The handwriting, when I looked closely, was my handwriting. Not similar to, not reminiscent of, the same. The pen pressure, the angle of the letters, the particular way I formed the letters, all of it was mine. I should have screamed. I should have run from the house. Instead, I sat down on the basement floor and went through the pages methodically, as if doing so carefully enough would make sense of it. As if the systematic review of something impossible would somehow make it impossible in a different way, a way I could manage. There was an entry from 3 months ago. It described my apartment with such precision that I could only have written it while standing in it. But I had not written it. I would have remembered. I would have remembered making these records, this careful catalog of my own existence. I would have remembered the concentration required to transcribe the daily texture of my own life into someone else's language. There was an entry from last week. It described the drive to the house, my thoughts as I drove. The way I kept telling myself that this was a simple inheritance matter, that I could be done and gone in a day, that nothing about this place required any emotional investment. It described, in a tone that sounded like my internal voice, precise and self-aware and carefully ironic, the exact moment I decided I was going to stay the night. The most recent entry was dated this morning. I found the notebook. I read the entry about me. Now I'm trying to decide if I should leave or stay. This is the part where they make a choice. This is the moment when the pull becomes undeniable. I have seen it happen before. I have written about it happening before. Soon, Sam will stop trying to explain this rationally. Soon, Sam will stop trying to remember when they arrived and when they left. We'll stop trying to keep track of which version of this visit is happening now. Soon, Sam will understand that they have been here for a very long time, and that they will continue to be here, and that somewhere else, in another version of now, they have already been writing their own guest records for years. The cycle does not need to be broken. The cycle only needs to be continued. And I am so tired of continuing it alone. I sat with this entry for a long time. The basement around me seemed to shift and settle. Not in any way I could point to afterward, but in the way a room changes when you stop expecting it to follow the rules of normal space. The walls seemed both closer and farther away. The light from the single bulb seemed to come from somewhere else entirely, from some source I couldn't locate. When I finally moved, I did so with the strange calm that comes when you stop arguing with what is happening and simply accept it. I went back upstairs. I went to the kitchen. I found a pen. There was one in a drawer, and I knew it would be there, and I opened the notebook to a fresh page. The date at the top came without hesitation. I wrote it down. And then I began to write about myself in the third person. I wrote about the moment when I realized I couldn't leave. I wrote about the way the house had started to feel less like an inherited burden and more like a continuation. I wrote about the visitor who was arriving tomorrow, because I knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with how I knew it, that someone was arriving tomorrow, and about the careful documentation I would make of their arrival, their first night, the exact moment when they too began to understand that they had been here before. My hand moved across the page with a confidence that was not my own, in a handwriting that was simultaneously familiar and strange. And I understood, with the clarity of something long forgotten finally remembered. That I had been writing this all along. I had always been writing this. And the other versions of me, the one who was driving toward the house right now, the one who was already upstairs unpacking luggage that didn't belong to them, the one who was reading an old notebook and trying to explain it away, were all part of the same accumulated document. The pen kept moving. The house around me kept settling into its particular shape, and somewhere beyond the reach of the basement light, I could hear the sound of the front door opening, the familiar creak of a stranger stepping inside, the beginning of a story that I had both lived before and was living for the first time. The house was patient. The house had always been patient. And now, finally, so was I. I don't know how long I sat at that kitchen table. Long enough for the light to shift. The single window above the sink moved from showing afternoon to showing something closer to dusk, though I couldn't have accounted for the hours in between. The notebook was closed in front of me. My handwriting covered 3 pages. I didn't reread any of it. At some point I became aware that I was hungry. This seemed important, a small anchor to something ordinary. I stood up, my legs stiff in a way that suggested I had been sitting for longer than I realized, and I opened the refrigerator. It was mostly empty. Some old condiments, a carton of milk that had likely expired before I arrived. But there was butter, and there was bread in the pantry, and I made myself something simple. I ate it standing at the counter, looking out at the darkening yard. The bread tasted like bread. The butter tasted like butter. These things seemed remarkable. By the time full dark had come, I had begun the process of trying to think about what happened in a linear way. This was difficult. The narrative refused to settle. There had been the original moment of arrival. I remembered that clearly, or thought I did. There had been the exploration of the house, the discovery of the basement, the notebook with its impossible entries. There had been the moment of reading the final passage, the understanding that crystallized somewhere between the basement light and the kitchen table. And then there was the writing. I remembered that. I remembered my hand moving across the page, but I couldn't quite remember what I had written, though the words were there in black ink, small and precise. I went back to the kitchen table and forced myself to read the 3 pages. They were descriptions of arrival. They were careful, literary descriptions of the moment when a person first enters the house and feels that something is not quite right. They were written in a style that was mine, but also not mine, more confident than my usual way of writing, more assured. They described the way the afternoon light fell through the windows. They described the dust on the furniture and the particular smell of a space that had been closed off from the world. They described with strange precision the exact moment when doubt would begin to set in. Not the theatrical doubt of a ghost story, but the quiet, persistent doubt of someone who cannot quite account for their own time. I recognized the descriptions, not because I had written them before, but because I had lived them. and also because I had read them. They were from the notebook downstairs. They were from entries written in handwriting that was not quite mine. The distinction between these things seemed important and also irrelevant. I closed the notebook again and placed it on the counter, away from me. Then I picked it up again and put it in a drawer. Then I took it back out. Finally, I left it on the table and went upstairs. The bedroom was cold. I had not noticed this before, or perhaps it had not been cold before. I found a blanket, old, somewhat musty, but serviceable, and I got into the bed fully clothed. I lay in the dark, listening to the house settle around me. The sounds were the normal sounds of an old structure, creaks, the tick of cooling pipes, the whisper of wind through gaps in the window frames. I had heard these sounds the night before, or I had read about hearing them, or both. When sleep came, it came suddenly, without the usual gradual descent into unconsciousness. One moment I was listening to the house. The next moment it was morning. The morning was gray and ordinary. I woke with the kind of disorientation that comes from sleeping too deeply or for too long, though my watch suggested I had only slept for 6 hours. I lay in bed for a while, taking inventory of my thoughts. They seemed normal. The panic I might have expected had not arrived. Instead, there was a kind of calm that felt almost like acceptance. Though I wasn't certain what I was accepting, I got up and went downstairs. On about duration, but about something else entirely. Something about the nature of presence. Something about the difference between being in a place and being part of a place. I left her to unpack and went back downstairs. The notebook was in the kitchen drawer, where I had left it. I took it out and opened it to a blank page. I picked up the pen, the same pen I realized from before, and I began to write. I wrote about the way the afternoon light had fallen when she arrived. I wrote about the confusion in her eyes and the way it had gradually transformed into something else. Not quite understanding, but a kind of resigned acceptance. I wrote about the tone of my voice when I spoke to her, which seemed to come from deeper than my own thoughts, from some accumulated reservoir of repetition and routine. As I wrote, I became aware of a sound from upstairs, the soft creak of floorboards as she moved about the bedroom, unpacking her things, settling in. It was a sound I had heard before, not recently, but definitely before. It was a sound that meant the cycle was continuing, was maintaining itself, was perpetuating the slow accumulation of moments that seemed to be the only thing this house knew how to do. Outside the window, the light was turning golden, moving toward evening. The day was passing, and I was passing through it, and somewhere in the distance, or perhaps very close by. In a version of time that ran parallel to my own, I could hear other versions of myself writing other entries, other arrivals, other moments of understanding. The pen moved steadily across the page. My handwriting was becoming more practiced, more confident, more like the handwriting in the entries I had read. Soon, I thought, there would be no difference at all between my writing and the writing of the person who had filled this notebook before me. Soon we would be the same person, or perhaps we had always been the same person, separated only by time in a way that time no longer seemed to recognize. The house around me was very quiet now, the kind of quiet that comes at the end of a long day, when everything has settled into its place and is waiting for the next beginning. I could feel it waiting. I could feel myself waiting. And somewhere upstairs, in the small bedroom at the end of the hall, I could hear the soft sound of someone else beginning to understand what it meant to be here. The pen kept moving. The light kept fading. And in the margin of the page, beside the words I was writing, I noticed, though I'm not certain when it had appeared, a small handprint, pressed into the paper as if someone had leaned very close to watch over my shoulder while I worked. I didn't stop writing. I simply continued. With the same steady hand, the same accumulated certainty, documenting the moment that I had already lived, that I was living, that I would continue to live until the distinction between past and future became as thin and permeable as the walls of this house itself.